Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny, delighted to be here. Hope you're having an amazing Sunday, an incredible weekend, and indeed a wonderful life. Today we'll keep going with our brand new Svelte 5 app, Gainzatron, which we did a marathon, almost 8-hour stream on last week, and now the client wants more. We left it at a static website, but we did use Svelte and SvelteKit, knowing that in every episode in this series, we'll keep increasing the complexity. We'll go from level 1 noob devs to level 99 master web developers, engineers, wizards. And we learned quite a lot of stuff last time that we'll keep on hitting on. But today, the agenda is that we'll be adding the number one feature that our client requested, email capture. We told them that nowadays, 2025, we don't need email capture, we don't need newsletters, have people follow you on social media, get them in the Discord, all of that. Client ain't buying it. So the website live was like, I need the email capture. I need people to say, oh, I want to know more. Let me leave the email address, and then we can email them whenever we want. The power of having an email list, I guess everyone wants, and that's the number one thing that we'll be building today. Hello, Delight. The other thing that we'll keep working on is having more engaging content in the website. We'll start with hard-coded content, as was the plan, and then probably next week we'll do a CRM integration, a CMS integration, if you want to call it with that acronym. CMS is Content Management System. CRM is something else. A Content Relational Manager? Who knows? Maybe someone in the chat knows. I used to know, but over 20 years I've forgotten more things than I remember nowadays. So, if you want to watch the previous live stream, 8 hours, I do have 8 million chapters put in, so I did use the timestamps to add chapters there, but you don't need to. This and all the episodes, I will try to make standalone, clear things that you can add in an app, even if you don't want to follow along with whatever we're doing with Gainzatron here. And of course, links in the description. Hello, Kesara, as well. Great to see you here in the chat. Links in the description to see the live site. And the live site is indeed now gainzatron.com. We did buy the domain, as promised. When someone converts to 25 Premium, I just spend the money and buy frivolous things for the channel, like more domains. So feel free to click around, let me know how it looks. The key things today are an email capture. So in this Splash homepage, we'll have a section there where it's like, leave us your email and we'll hit you with updates when we add the new feature for generating an AI program, or where you can download the program, or whatever it is we're gonna have. We'll have the user's consent to send them an email at that point, which our client really values. And we will also be spicing up this part where we actually saw the program of the week. And these are the things that the client really wants, but what I really want in order to be able to adapt to ever-changing requirements, as it happens in every real project, is to have confidence that my code still works and the specs are delivered. So we'll be doing more with testing. We've already set up Playwright. I'll go over it slightly. Again, we'll set up a thing called mock service worker that I really love. So we won't keep paying Resend, which is going to be our email integration, a few pounds every time we want to test whether the email system still works. We'll be doing lots of cool stuff today. But the DevX is going to be better because no matter what the client asks, we'll know that since we've committed the spec to a test and the spec still passes, we know that we can't have messed up too bad. The core functionality is still working. So we are free to keep rolling with the panses and keep adding features here. Hello, Paul, in the chat as well. Great to see you here. I hope your fitness app is coming along well. Let's see if you find something interesting in today's episode of Live Coding and Chill, Gainzatron edition. Cool. So we did mention we did leave it as a static marketing website in our very long live stream. And the more we go, the more we'll be able to add more and more complex features in less time. So the most concepts we'll ever learn is in that first episode that we did, and maybe today's episode as well. A lot of HTML and CSS and JavaScript fundamentals, a lot of things about software engineering and testing, which we'll hit on again, and lots of things before we start moving on to maybe more modern things like engaging with REST APIs and fetching data and rendering them and all of that, response streaming. But we'll make our static marketing site into a mostly static website because we will have that new feature, the email capture. The user can interact with the site and something will happen just for them. They'll enter their email and they'll go into a mailing list. And we'll be working with a third-party API, the Resend API, to subscribe them into an audience backend, as they call it there. So in order to have the timestamps working for quickly after the stream is over, and tomorrow I will keep adding the timestamps here. And quickly go over what did I do offline besides getting this domain and deploying the Gainzatron. I'll go over that process as well. I did add a few SVG icons, which you may be interested in knowing how I've done that. I've revamped the styling a little bit, but not too much, so nothing to worry about. Oh, this footer should always be behind the content. That's quite interesting. And everything else still works as intended. This button could be chubbier, I suppose. This week's program we're gonna spruce up today. So not many things I did offline. I did this little animation here, this little heart animation. The main thing, I suppose, were the icons. And I'm using this library called Lucide for most of the icons. Important to note that I am importing every icon with the direct import path because that results in faster builds and load times. So as far as the user is concerned, because this library is using something called tree shaking, or is written in a way for us to be able to leverage tree shaking when we build the app, the user won't tell the difference if we are importing the skull icon in this example here like this. But when we import it using the direct path, then our development experience and the build step are going to be faster. That's why I'm doing direct imports there. And you can have a look, for example, in our route here. I have the sparkles icon directly imported from its path in this Lucide Svelte icon library. Question mark here for the contact chat. But what about the Discord icon? That's something that the Lucide library doesn't have. Well, then I just transform the SVG into a Svelte component. Thankfully, templating in Svelte looks a lot like HTML. So unlike React and JSX, where you have to do quite a lot of things to turn an SVG into a React component, or use a third-party tool that does it for you. In Svelte, there is a third-party tool that does it for you, but I just find that it's easier if I just paste in the SVG here in a .svelte file and turn it into a Svelte component, just like that. I do add this extra thing where I spread all of the props given to the component here, right after doing the fill current color as well. But it's the same thing for every icon that I have. So I just have the one icon I've made, and then I copy the script tag and then paste the SVG and the rest props here. And it's quite fast. What I do like doing is using the SVG Go UI by Jake Archibald, once again, a great contributor in open source and great engineer in JavaScript mind, indeed. And I paste the SVG in the markup here, and I get an optimized SVG out of it. That's also the case when it comes to using custom SVGs here, as is the case with the app icon that I've added here and there. So I have a logo, which is really an SVG icon like this. Delight asks, do I prefer using Lucide over unplugin icons? I hadn't heard of unplugin icons before. I will have a look. I am using Lucide because it seems to be super popular. I've been using it for a while without problems. I have heard of people breaking the SSR, and I do know that they are using still Svelte 4 components and they haven't migrated in Svelte 5, which would be a concern. For example, if you really wanted to ensure that you're only using Svelte 5 in your code and you don't just forget, you'd go into the config here and add the compiler option of runes true. Good afternoon, Faranglo. But we cannot do that because we are using Lucide, which is using Svelte 4 without runes. So we need to not be on strict runes mode. We can use runes just fine in all of our code. It's just that we don't have this extra tool to remind us that we accidentally don't slip up and do a Svelte 4 thing. So nothing will catch me if I try to do this in a component. But that's fine. Personally, I didn't have a problem with the server-side rendering of a Lucide component. I can't imagine why that would happen. But hey, Iconify is a great solution for sure, and it does allow you to easily bring in custom icons as well. I do think it's a bit more complicated, so I think at some point we will do a dedicated SVG episode. I try to do the more important things on the stream, so this one was just a quick one. I've pasted some manual components myself and just brought in Lucide, which is kinda recommended by shadcn as well. It's the one that they use along with Radix. That's why I went with Lucide. But I think Iconify will be an option we'll explore in a live stream when that becomes more important in the future. And I still use it just to find components. So even for the barbell or whatever that was icon, Tim, what did I search for? What did I search for? So yeah, Iconify, I also just use it to find some icons that I like and see what library they're from. And then I can copy the SVG path and paste it into the other thing. And plugin icons is Iconify, kinda. I'll investigate. Let me put it into my big notes notebook. So I'll remember, because after a long live stream, I remember nothing less my own name. But yeah, more on SVGs, important SVGs, automatically important SVGs, and SVG libraries in general will be in a dedicated episode. For sure. Anything else cool that I did offline? Probably not. Like, you know, the little animation there, which is like icon based, not too much. Terms of service page, because at some point we'll be using social auth, and some providers like Google require you to have a terms page and a privacy policy page so they can link to it when users go through the login flow. Do they actually check this? I don't know. A real human never checks this for sure, but they may have some bots that just check to see if you have a page that looks like a terms page. So that's why I've added this as well. Not interesting to add, but added regardless. And Iconify does have everything because, and that's why I'm using it for the search. They're like bringing in everything from every library, including Lucide itself. So by necessity, they will be even bigger than Lucide. There is also Lucide Lab that has a few extra like fun icons, but still it doesn't have social icons, for example. Well, on Iconify, if you did search for Discord, you will find a few Discord icons, for example. So that's why I definitely search for the SVGs in Iconify. Whether to bring it in, there are SSR concerns as well. So it will have to be a dedicated section. Wow, look at these rainbows, amazing. Lucide doesn't have that many, but I guess shadcn uses it because it has the classic application icons. Like it has the cross, it has like this copy paste symbol, it has like a right icon, it has the things that more traditional apps would have. So it should be fine enough. But again, in my case, I did find that I needed 5 more plus the logo, 6 icons already. Although they're all sausage icons, I suppose. Oh well. Right. So, first thing that we're gonna do here is not the most exciting thing. It's upgrading dependencies. So we're not living on the edge anymore because Svelte 5 is officially released. We're not in a beta or release candidate or anything like that. But still, we do have quite a lot of dependencies. If we open our package.json, you can see that we have quite a lot of libraries here. And it's very important that we keep them updated. Very often people will come to the Discord, which of course you're free to come in and say hi, let us know what you're working on, and get help on something that you're stuck on. But very often the problem is solved just by upgrading the dependencies that you have. But no one wants to go in, even if VS Code has this nice thing where if you go to the package.json and hover over the dependency rates of every library, of any library, it will tell you which is the current one. But you don't want to read this and then manually put in whatever number you've read, and then maybe you've made a typo and then you actually need to find it and upgrade with npm. You want to automate that a little bit. Lots of companies try to automate this in a way that I find too complicated with things like Dependabot or other similar integrations that run on your version control system, and they check whether there's been a release on any one of your dependencies, and if there is, they make a pull request against your code automatically that you have to review and merge. I think that's too much of work. What I do like is using a tool called npm-check-updates, which I run every time I start working on a project or at the start of my day. I start working on a feature, and first thing I do is upgrading the dependencies. Some package managers do have their own solutions for this, but I like using npm-check-updates because you can use it no matter if you're using bun or npm or pnpm or even yarn, Lord help you. And I think it has a nicer UI. So that's why I like doing this manually. People would say, oh, why do this manually when you can automate it even further? I just find looking at PRs too complicated. If they are happening while I'm working on a project, there may be some merge conflicts in the package log, which no one likes. And they'd only be helpful if I am in a big company working with many engineers, and who would be the person responsible for upgrading the dependencies. Would everyone be doing it? Then you definitely have merge conflicts. But if you are on that level where you are working in so big teams that you can't even handle upgrading the dependencies that well, I find in those companies there isn't that much trust in the tests. So the PRs will be left hanging, and people would need to manually check whether the functionality has broken or not. If those big companies did have trust in the tests and were able to say, all right, the tests do pass, so merge automatically. When it goes green, the PR that it's been automatically raised merged it into the main branch, then I'd be fine with that. But I find big companies are even more reluctant to do that. Yeah, so what is this package? npm-check-updates. Let's see how it looks. We can install it like any other package. npm here is doing its best to not allow me to just pick up the characters that I want. So I'll accidentally use npm, which is cute. Anyway, as a dev dependency, I'm gonna add this tool, which will make NCU, npm-check-updates, NCU, available in this part of the app. What's happening here? And I am gonna go to my package.json and alias, maybe upgrade. That's not what we want. NCU is the name of the package, and U gives you a nice UI, and install, I think, makes it install at the end automatically. And I like the G for group option, where it groups the upgrades into the path changes, the minor changes, and the breaking changes, so you can review them better. So group them, make them interactive, and is the U flag real? Or did Copilot say no? Just make something up. Yeah, U to actually upgrade in the end. Anything else? If we were in a workspace, there is a workspace flag, which we'll use in the future when we make this single repo become a monorepo. But for now, I think that's all we need. So now, if we npm upgrade, will it actually work? Not sure. It did not. So let's call it update, I guess. Update all. Usually in my projects I do update, but I fear that people will be confused with PNPM's own update command. Let's call it upgrade deps or upgrade dependencies. So PNPM upgrade deps. Install first because we brought in a new package. Did I actually add it? Did. That's a bit weird. Debugging, it happens. This is the easiest way to do it. Let's see what I'm doing in the one of the other repositories that I have. Because this is kind of weird. Format group is to actually group them. Install always is the thing that we want. Yeah, not prefix there, so that should just work. W is for workspace. What is the S for? Silent. Just for logs, I guess. All right, any better? Let's remove non-modules, remove the package log. Stop the server because it's gonna flip out. npm log, npm install. I am in the Gainzatron directory. It is the Gainzatron project. Feels like it would work. All right, here we go. So there were actually tons of updates. But the upgrade flag from packetization messed it up. So let's try once more. Don't want to change these things. So run the npm upgrade command just made this less impressive as it should have been. Let's try it once more. So revert this. Just want to show what we've missed since last week. Let's try it again. Let's add our upgrade depth step and make sure to add our npm-check-updates thing. And let's see if it's gonna work now. All right, so this looks a bit better. Frangala says, worth adding a PNPM audit step in the CI build and enabling the GitHub dependency security alerts. For sure, that's something, again, for my big notebook of things to show. So I would like, we're not even building in the CI step, we're building when we're trying to deploy. So Cloudflare is building for us. And there it may fail, but maybe then it's going to be like kind of too late. So I would like to have maybe the step that also runs the Playwright tests in parallel, also try to build and also do the audit step as well. So that would be cool. And therefore it's going to get added. All right, so since last time, you can see that we did have quite a lot of dependencies added. You won't do this manually. There are ways to do it to upgrade thanks to a package manager like PNPM, but I like the consistency of this tool, npm-check-updates, even though we did have a bit of trouble setting up this time. And I really love how it gives you this grouping of the dependencies of between the patch, the minor, and the major releases that could be breaking. Like, have a look there to see what is happening. And you can actually select which you want to upgrade. So maybe if there's too many, like here, you would do just the patch and the minor ones. Run your tests to confirm that these work, because those are most likely to keep working and not break your app. And then do a standalone upgrade again for the major versions. So we just check everything. And eventually it will have installed everything for us. Nothing format, surely. Good. So how do we know that the app still works? With the dev server running, we can run our smoke test, flavor test, and see if it works. Maybe it doesn't. All right, so how do this is how you know it works. If you have confidence in your tests and they're still passing, then the dependencies must have not broken anything. And I guess if you really want to, you can manually click into every part of your app and confirm that things are still there, although that will not scale. So even if your client likes to do this, don't do it. Don't let them do it. Have whatever your thing is to automatically check. Cool. And also important, remember to have this upgrade step as a separate commit, just so you can go back to it and see what did we actually change. So to recap, what I like doing before I start working on the actual feature, run this command, which now I called, I guess, upgrade depths for the first time ever. Do you like that name? I often call it update, but that command is used by npm to do something else. So you have to explicitly say run update to look at your script. That's too confusing. But I'm not sure about the name that I chose. Anyway, let me know which one you like best. But in any case, I do the upgrades, confirm that they work by running the tests, and then I just do a separate commit, upgrade deps, and then I get on to actually developing the feature that I want and the client that wants, which is going to be email capture. All right, so everything is updated. Is that even true? It's important to know that packets. This crashes my Windows so often. I don't know why. Trying to get VS Code to open the link like this seems to crash my Windows very, very often. Restore, please. Did it restore? Hope so. Great. So, Bits UI releases. Next 49. So even this cool tool will not catch the ones for some reason that have the next or release candidate suffix. So watch out for those. Those you have to do manually, unfortunately. And then you npm-I again. And why do I do this? It's important to keep your dependencies up to date. The most obvious reason is security concerns and patches like that. But very often, if you have a problem with a library, I do find that other people have had a problem, raise the issue by the time that you've even experienced it, and there may be an update that actually resolves it. Especially the case with bleeding edge versions like Svelte 5 was. Taze, I haven't heard of Taze either. Modern CLI tool. So that one I'm not committed to actually doing, but I'll definitely be reading upon. What's like unplugging icons? Sounds cool. I will need to investigate. Cheers for the tip and loco. I will have a look. All right, so dependencies upgraded, and let's actually start implementing some features. So half an hour ago when this stream started, we said that what we want is a section here where people see an email form and they can put in their email, hopefully, click a button, and they get signed up for updates. So when we actually have more features, more programs, or whatever we have in the future here, that's when they'll get an email. We'll email them to get them to sign up, for example. And there are other reasons you may want people's emails, that your client may want people's emails. Always be considerate and mindful of what they want the emails for. Always have a legit reason. I do think for something like this, where you're trying to get this out the door as fast as possible to start tracking what did people click on, what are the features that they want, having a waiting list like that or something of that sort is very important. So even though I do say try to funnel people in your Discord, try to funnel people into your social, like Threads or Instagram or whatever you have, I do see the case for actually letting them sign up for a mailing list or a wait list or something like that. That's why we're going to be building it and agreeing with the client who really wants it. Right, I did mention this. And in order to be able to upgrade the dependencies blindly and have confidence that things still work, we'll keep adding tests. quickly add this to the previous commit with my alias here, git can, which stands for git commit amend no edit. Git can, because I can. An alias I made up. You can make up all your own aliases. Over the years, I think this is probably the only one that I use quite a lot, because I very often commit something and then I'm like, oh, I forgot like this one small thing, and then I add this again. Cool. So let's see. We have the navigation smoke test that supposedly goes into every section of the website, and we can create another test and say mailing list spec. And have a can sign up for the mailing list. So as a user, I want to go to the home page. We wait for high iteration. We mentioned this, that because there is more JavaScript to be shipped in most pages, we are... I was just checking if there was an extra border there, but there isn't. We are waiting for SvelteKit to hydrate the app client side as well. Especially for forms, this will help make the tests more dependable, because very often Playwright, which is the browser testing tool we're using, is going to be able to find the input fields that we want and type into them so faster than any human, that hydration wouldn't have happened yet, and then they'd get like a little flash on the website, and whatever they've put in so far would be lost. So waiting for hydration, which is like a few milliseconds, it's not much, something that a human wouldn't even notice. The app would be hydrated for them, ensures that even Playwright will only interact with the form when it's properly hydrated. And we can still sanity check that we are in this page, but not really. Maybe we can check that there is a section called what the client wants us. Sign up for updates. And then we'll interact with the form. We can run this test using the Playwright plugin, which is really good. It will run on the Chromium project that we've set up, can even run on Safari, which is mobile Safari in this case, and can also show the browser if we want, but it actually showed it in the correct screen here. So you can see that it can navigate from one page to the next. Here, it's cool. And you can do other things like actually let it help you pick the locator that you want for the test. Right, so what we actually want is to run this mailing list test. And that for some reason it's not picked up. There you go, a refresh will save you. And this one will fail because we don't have such a section. So we can quickly go to our routes and say that maybe here we have another section with an H2, which we're gonna call sign up for updates. It appears right here at the end. Our test is gonna go green, so now we could style it if we're really doing like TDD, test-driven development, or BDD, behavior-driven development style, where you go from red, I have a failing test, to green, I have a passing test. So I can refactor if I want. and style things nicer or try to make the code better with confidence that it will still stay green or it should stay green. And then try to add more functionality, have another test that breaks, red state, green state, refactor. We aren't quite gonna do that today, but what I do want is to think of what would I tell to the client or a QA person. I would tell them, fill in your email and press the sign up button or something. So that's what I'm gonna tell Playwright to do using their great locators feature, which, as I mentioned many times, is my favorite way to ensure accessibility of the app. I do think I need to advocate for having tests more, maybe less over the years, but I still need to advocate for that. But it would be yet another step to advocate for specific accessibility tools like Axlinder or Pali or anything like that. So just getting people to write tests and having them use these selectors to write the tests makes the website more accessible and gives me more confidence that it works without needing to introduce even more load to the engineers that sometimes even say the dreaded, I have no time for tests. And then they spend too long trying to ensure that the existing functionality works when they try to add new features that they go slower in the end, and then they really don't have time. And they lose the time that they thought they gained by not writing the tests. Anyway, that's a big subject. What I want here then is to say, find the input that has a label of email or something. And well, I can just see if it's there, and that's immediately gonna break. But also, I could immediately try to fill in this input with the email address that I want to test. And that would equally fail for the same reason that it cannot find that input field. So with Rudimentary UI, I can create a label component that says email, and then inside it has an input of type email. And that, like, you can see it here, and you can kind of see, hard to see there, but there is an input. Equally hard to see on any mode. But because Playwright is still not a real user, it is a computer, it will be able to magically find it. And I guess even a user would be able to see that there is an email here and click this, and then it automatically focuses into the input field for them to type. So not too bad. And then what we want finally is to find the button that says sign up. Is sign up the copy? Like, if you want to tell me the name of the copy. Then I will amend it. This should have been in the green state. Anyway, add the sign up button, shadcn sign up button here. There is a sign up button. And Playwright is happy. So that's ensuring that I have like some fields for the user to fill out, but how do they know that they actually signed up for an email form? That's a big question for sure. And indeed, like, if I do add my email address here and press the button, like, I can do those things, but I'm not signed up on any email address. So even though the tests pass, and in theory I have confidence that this works, this is not the extent of the feature. What we will do eventually is to show a notification that we'll have to trust at some point. You need to show some trust that you only saw the success notification when you have actually signed the user up. So as far as the user is concerned, I guess it's the idea. They did manage to fill in the correct section their their email. They clicked the button, they saw a notification saying you're signed up, and then they are confident that it worked, and that's fine. It's up to you to make the tests validate that much and have the backend actually sign the user up if those steps are fulfilled. So before we get to that, let's make this a bit more bearable to look at just by using this shadcn card. We'll be using shadcn quite a lot today. We'll be using a cool project called Superforms as well eventually. Step by step, we'll get there. Hope everyone's having fun. So I'll even go to the full screen here. You can see that it doesn't look nice. It's like at the edge of the page, but we do have a small email input here that has an almost invisible input field where you can put in your email and click a sign up button, but it doesn't have any validation whether it's an email or not. It doesn't look nice. Let's make it look nice by using a shadcn card for now. They do have a few examples with forms as well and cards, but it's a classic of, it's some section, it has an input field and it has an action button. This looks more like a pop-up or something, but for now, since we don't have a designer, this is what we're gonna use as a template. And I will try to use the shadcn plugin because when you give me suggestions, I do really adhere to them and use them. So let's see. Let's try using the VS Code shadcn plugin to add the new component. Great. I want to add the card component. Great. Oh, hover card, not that one. It is using correctly PNPM to install it. And I guess everything else happens at the terminal. It's just the integrated terminal, I suppose. Sure. All right, done. What I like to do after is run PNPM format. But in any case, we have quite a few more components here to get through. So in our UI, which is where all our shadcn components live, we have a new index file that re-exports everything. Controversial, but I've gotten used to it. It is Svelte 5 because we're using the new version of shadcn. For some reason, they like explicitly importing things with the extension. Even though, like at this point, this is like a TypeScript file for me. So besides formatting, what I also like doing is looking for .js apostrophe, and then replace that with nothing, just the apostrophe. And I think that looks much better. So this is also using the new bits UI. Great. I think with my accent, every time I mention bits UI, it's a bit saucy. Apologies for that. Again, if you think your app is looking like every other app because shadcn is so popular, I think that's a skill issue. It's up to you to go here where they actually apply the classes and change things up to the way you like them. And most of all, you are supposed to go here in the section where we establish the CSS variables and adjust these to taste. So, for example, you can make the background like a bit lighter so you can better see the brand hue that you're using. And if the brand hue that you're using is 20, you reuse it here. That's an example. So even if you use shadcn, you don't have to have the same website like everybody else. We'll have an episode on that, like making our app look more unique. But sometimes things are popular for a reason. I'm not the best designer in the world, for sure. Anyway, card. We've only had the button so far, which the button component also has an index file that re-exports quite a few things. But essentially it just re-exports the one Svelte component. Here, shadcn has this concept of each element having a namespace of sorts. So you have the core card root element, but you also have a card title, card header, card footer, and all of that. And they're all grouped together in the namespace or the directory. That's kind of neat. How are you supposed to use that? Well, you can bring in everything that's re-exported, like import star from that directory, essentially, from that index file that re-exports everything. My puppy is wagging her tail and it's so cute as he sleeps. It's it's so cute, distractingly cute. Anyway, we will be importing everything, and then we will be using all these individual components just by doing card.root, header, title, all of those things. Right, so in our page here, where we have the form, I think my copy button, my C on this keyboard is not working as well anymore. It keeps not copying things. All right, so bring in the card here. Just quickly, let's copy everything they got here. Ooh, they even have a form. So maybe we'll keep. We don't have a label, we don't have a select. I guess we'll be using a label soon. So our title, we will say it is sign up for updates. And the card content, we will need to bring in the labels and the inputs in shortly. But for now, we can keep stuff inside this form component. Including the button. Kind of interesting that the deploy button is not part of the form. I wonder how that would work. So let's keep it for there for now. And of course, we do need to remove everything else. What did I paste? How did that happen? Again, a failed copy. Apologies for that. All right, so we have this. It doesn't look amazing for sure, but maybe it looks a bit better. Because we've put these inside the form, now we do get some validation, browser-based validation. At least we should. But we'll figure it out eventually. So the name of this input should be type email, named email and type email. And this button should be submitting this form when it's clicked, but we'll be doing this momentarily. And eventually, these buttons do nothing. Cancel button will not exist. Maybe we won't even have a footer in this case. I wonder if can we nest the form? Can we nest content and footer in the form? I think. Well, it looks like the answer is yes somehow. So well done, shadcn. So we can do something like that. Those are looking better. Maybe yes, maybe no. But I do think by default, the heading level is an h3 element, which maybe we want, maybe we don't want. But in our tests, we were checking for a level 2 heading. Maybe that's not critical to the spec, whether this is a heading 2 or a heading 3, but for semantics, we should have organized this well. So checking for the level is something that I do like to do. If this were in a different section, talking about, you know, we keep the section being, we keep updating the product every week, like every day we release twice or whatever, and then it has this other subsection, then you'd have the level 3 heading. But for now, let's say level 2. And in order to do that, I guess you just specify the tag or the element you want to use. H2. Is it H2? It should be. But it is all lies. We need to specify the level with the number. And I am in the next docs, so I guess that's something that needs to be updated. Maybe that's how Svelte 4 shadcn used to work. Shadcn Svelte. So now the test should pass once again, and it looks slightly better. There is also quite a few places where you can take inspiration of how your components could look like, for example. But for today, I do know that I want to put this at the middle. Maybe we want to make the card bigger. So let's see what we can do here. No maximum width. But maybe that's too much. Maybe maximum width of prose would be nice. And maybe just align it at the center. And then it looks fine. This button, if we really want to be like this, could even make it full width, something like that. Hello Vida, how are you doing today? Hope you'll enjoy today's live stream too. And of course, I can keep passing in overrides if I want these to be bigger. So the title doesn't have a specific thing for how big it should be. That's fine. shadcn loves unreadable small text. Maybe for a description it's fine, not sure. But maybe for this one, let's make it a bit more readable. Svelte 5, how's my experience with Svelte 5? Well, I've been using the beta for like a year now. The Paulina Puppers series 9 months ago, it was using Svelte 5. The main differences I got used to. I know that the word on the street is like, oh, now Svelte 5 is more verbose, and why did they do this? Did they ruin Svelte? I never thought so. I think people just like complaining about things or don't like things. Just give it some time and see how it feels. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say it makes more sense. And I wouldn't say it makes less sense. I think it makes about the same sense, or maybe slightly more. So in the subject of how we do the SEO, we've talked last time, how you have the contact page, and then the title and the metadata change, like this. And we achieve this by having some logic in our layout file. And in Svelte 5, you have this explicit derived rune where you say, all right, I want you to watch for these things. And when they change, I want you to recalculate what the title value is. And the same code, when I was doing it in Svelte 4 apps, it would have the magic like dollar symbol here and the colon, which is valid JavaScript that no one uses. So is this less verbose because it has fewer characters? Maybe. Is the Svelte 5 way more understandable and explicit because it says derived? Maybe, but not really, because the way you look at it, it feels like you're calling a method, but you're not calling a method. You're just giving the compiler a hint of what should happen here and that you want to watch for changes in the store and whatnot. So it may be causing the appearance of clarity that is not really there. So I'd say it's just a different way to do it. It hasn't caused me problems. And the thing I do the most is do things on the backend as much as possible, which doesn't matter if it's Svelte or React. The backend is TypeScript, and that stays the same. What I do trust is when they brought in the mind behind Inferno, a famously fast JavaScript framework. And there are so many amazingly brilliant people working on these things. If they tell me now it builds faster and results in more performant code, I trust them. So if it looks about the same, if the experience is about the same, and it results in better code in the end for the user, smaller bundle sizes or whatever, I have to trust them and go for it. That's the quick opinion on Svelte 5. And I don't think that people have problems in the documented ways that were there to use Svelte 4. I think as it happens, like I just try to make things work. Sometimes I even read internals that I'm not supposed to read and try to hack the system to do what I want, but that's not how you're supposed to do it. And of course, if I'm doing it like that, then I'll have a break-in case and then I'll be maybe upset. But am I ever upset? Probably not. In the end, it's just a framework. Cool. And of course, Svelte still remains my favorite framework. That's why I'm doing this series, and that's why I keep working with Svelte as much as I can. If it wasn't, then I'd switch to Astro and go back to Laravel, like whatever. It's one of the beauties where I'm not affiliated with anybody. I just use the tools and solve the tools that fascinate me the most and I enjoy the most. I'm not tied in to say, oh, Svelte 5, it's good, Svelte 4, like it was bad. I liked Svelte 4, I like Svelte 5, need some getting used to if you haven't used it, but nothing is intuitive. Everything you need to learn. So it's about the same and supposedly results in better code, better benchmarks, better performance. So why not? All right, so our favorite subject, styling. Any preferred way to manage state management uses classes or the function getter or like context stores and all of those things. So back on my server loophole, my best way to manage state is to not manage it. My favorite thing, which I saw all the time, is to manage the state by keeping it in the URL. So you have like a search functionality, and then in the query parameters, you actually keep that the query is here, and the filter is whatever. And that's how you manage the state. You keep it in the URL, works across frameworks, works in anything, and you just do stuff on the server with these things. There are places where you do need client-side state, but when we come to it, we'll see how we'll work them out. Oh, Svelte Tailwind UI with templates. Amazing. Share in the Discord for sure. That sounds really, really cool. Right. So, favorite part, styling. Did I say we'll do the labels here, or will I keep it for later? Let's bring in the input, the label and input components as well. Have a different section because we did talk. I'll add an importance after. What do I think about Svelte 5 anyway? Right. And here, so 2 more components to bring in instead of these guys. Apparently there are labels and inputs. Add new component, and it asks, do you want to do just the one? Let's bring in a label. I cannot do multiple here. And I can format. And I can do my trick again to find and replace the .cs extension. Cool. What did that give us? Input, which is just a single component again, like the button. Need more space. It has my favorite problem with shadcn, where they make all the text very, very small, and this is downright bad, and I wish they didn't do it. And I'm sure people porting shadcn will be thinking, oh, I wish they didn't have this. Let me bring in this input. Let's check this label. Label is also a single component as well. Sure, we'll have a better look at them. Great. Let's use them. Since they go through the trouble of re-exporting things, let's bring them in from the exports and use fewer characters. Why not? All right, so maybe this looks better already. But the big problem with this, with the small buttons, which I guess for dashboard apps, they allow you to put in more information there, is when you use a mobile device and you tap in there, it's going to zoom. By default, if it's fewer than 16 pixels, if the input is fewer than a font size of 16 pixels, it's going to zoom in so you can type it better. People hate that. Developers hate that. People that want more functional websites do not hate that. They like zooming in because they want to be able to read what they're typing. So how do you get around that? There are various hacks for, that you could do. So the default mobile browser behavior will not happen, so you don't zoom in. Or you can stop using tiny text on your inputs. And again, that's the beauty of shadcn, that you can just get in there if you disagree with one of the things that they've done. When it's a file, even then, like this. So I just went in, removed the text SN problem. Maybe do it on the label as well. I guess I would need to say text base, actually, because I like putting things inside labels, so they are instantly linked without extra code. So say text base. I think that's bigger. Yeah, for sure. All right, so that worked. And now when users click tap on this input, it's not going to be zooming in. They're going to be able to read it. Everyone's going to be happy. You don't need any hacks. The beauty of shadcn, you don't agree with a style, you don't agree with something, it's in your version control, you just do it, no need to raise a PR, an issue or whatever. But this is one of those things where I wish that the default was more accessible, because I just know that people are going to be complaining and saying, oh, why when I tap on my phone, it zooms in there, I don't want it to zoom in. Make the default more accessible. So yeah, rare shadcn common L. Anyway, so do I want to keep the label this small? That's one of the questions, I suppose. And I guess we can leave it small for now. And now, because this is a get form, it will try to navigate me to the same website, but with the email attribute here. This is not what we want. So let's learn about form actions. Let's learn some form action fundamentals, SvelteKit Form Action fundamentals. And then we will upgrade into using a library called Superforms. And it's going to be awesome. But we need to know that form actions are back in vogue. Maybe Remix, the Remix framework, the React framework, was the first one that really popularized this, but there's been a big comeback on just using form actions and forms properly, not just doing stuff with JavaScript and whatever happens, happens. But definitely SvelteKit was one of the first ones that thought, oh, amazing idea, let's follow web standards more. And it works in a very similar way. And Next.js also went into the party and said, oh yeah, form actions. That sounds good. And I'm very, very happy because it's closer to what vanilla HTML would look like. It does mean that your app would still be interactive and would still work even if they have JavaScript disabled, which is not a real use case, let's face it. But whenever you follow the standards, the more confident you are that you can switch frameworks, and your knowledge carries over, and it's going to stand the test of time. So if SvelteKit is following a web standard, they're not going to say in the next version, we're going to break it and do whatever. They'll keep following the web standard. So your knowledge will last. And in fact, I've done versions of these in live streams and long videos for a couple of years now, and things have essentially stayed the same because we're following web standards. So classically in web dev, if you want a user to be able to mutate something, cause something different to happen, including to search Google and see some results, you'd use forms. And indeed, that's what we're going to be doing here as well. So this email field and this button is inside the form. This means that the data that is inside this form, which is collected by using inputs that have a name, will be sent somewhere. As soon as the user hits and activates the button inside the form, any button element inside a form becomes a submit button by default. Buttons can have different types. Usually they are button types when they're outside forms, and inside a form they are submit types. So the moment you put a button inside the form, they become a submit button. And inputs, whenever they have a name, and we need a name in order to be able to know how am I going to send this data, under which name I'm going to send this data, so we need the name field here. So long as this happens, when we click the button to submit the form, then some action is going to happen. By default, if it's just a form element where we've specified nothing, it's going to attempt to do a get action. Get is an HTTP verb. The only ones you really need to know are get and post. And when we Google stuff, this is also a form that does a get request. And the get request, because it doesn't do stuff on the server behind the scenes, I suppose, all the data that you submit gets put into the address bar, which you can see is quite a lot. Like a lot of this is not something I manually typed. It's just something that Google derived for me, like what it thinks the query was. So if I do a misspelling, it will actually have the original query and then have the suggested query, the fixed query as well. So you can see we have the original query here, OQ. The name of that field, that hidden field, is OQ. And the query that was actually run is the fixed one. Anyway, doesn't you don't need to know how Google works to do this, but you can see that exactly the same way, if I put in an email here, then the form gets submitted, and we just get navigated to the same page that we were on, the same page that the form was on, because I've specified nothing else for the form to do. And it magically adds this query parameter of email, because that's the name that I've put, with the value that I filled in. If I filled a different value, then it would navigate somewhere else, in theory. Yeah, so that works. But the other thing that we can see is, just by specifying that this input has a type of email, we also get some validation for free. So when I try to put in something that doesn't look like an email address, the browser will stop me and will say that doesn't look like an email address. If I leave it empty, then this is gonna run. And if I want this to be required, I'll just say that this is a required field, and then I'm gonna get stopped from navigating and the browser, with the native browser UI, it's gonna say, please fill in this field and guide me into the correct field. Designers kind of hate this. They want to design their custom error states that are like on brand or whatever. But I just think that's busy work. Just respect what the user, what the browser wants to do. There are some use cases where why the form didn't work is too confusing to specify, to let the browser handle. But this is so rare. Just let the browser navigation work for you and move on with your life. So the buttons weren't working because one of the other things that I don't like with shadcn is that it hard codes type button into buttons, which doesn't make sense to me. And again, if it doesn't make sense or I don't like it, I just switch the default behavior and move on with my life. So I don't need to actually spread this. And now I can really click the button. Things are gonna work. Before I was pressing enter, and because it's the only input in this form, it would auto submit. So if you like explicitly, if you like, I guess, the explicitness of I'm using a form button or a regular button, then feel free to leave this default. I don't like it. I think it's a web standard for a reason that buttons inside forms are submit buttons and buttons outside of forms are not submit buttons. So I would let that be. And as you can see with me not using semicolons either, I never use more characters when fewer can do the trick. Right, so we've talked a little bit about the forms. However, so just to recap what's happening, I want people to put their email address, and I don't want them to navigate somewhere as if they're looking up the email address. I want something to happen. I want to sign them up to a mailing list. I want to put them in an audience or whatever else. I want a mutation to happen. Things will never be the same after they click this button. So to do queries, you use get requests, which is the default for forms. But to do mutations, like signing people up in a mailing list, creating an audience for them, a contact for them, you need to use a post request, the other HTTP verb that you need to know. So if we specify the method of post here in the form, and we try to submit again, the validation and all of that will work the same, but when we submit, it's not actually gonna navigate to the same page appending the query parameter. It's gonna tell us that what you're trying to do with this method, this post method, is not allowed because we haven't specified a handler for it. So what we need to do is tell SvelteKit what should happen when we try to hit the sign up form. Again, the docs are great here. Speaking of chains, I'll never get over it. Like so many things, so many exciting things with Svelte 5, and what people really want to talk about is the serif fonts that are on by default in the new website. Quite interesting. Anyway, that's by the by. In order to tell SvelteKit what to do when a form gets submitted, if it's gonna be the default action, if you're only gonna have one form in the page and it's gonna be related to whatever needs to happen in this page, then what you need is to specify a default action inside an exported actions object. So this is definitely where we stop being a static website and become a mostly static website. This is backend stuff. We've talked about how our routes, where the user needs to go, gets reflected in our directory structure in our SvelteKit app. So if we want them to go to contact to find the contact page, we need to create some magic files in source routes contact. And the magic files are plus page.svelte. That's all we need, but we do some extra stuff for metadata. So we also have a plus page.server.ts, which returns a load method, which we'll see more of in the future as well. And that tells SvelteKit how to handle when a user goes to the /contact route. You're gonna render this UI after loading this data. Similarly, if on the root page we want something to happen in response to a form getting submitted, we need to have a plus page.server.ts because we want to have something happening on the server, on the backend. But instead of telling SvelteKit to load something for us, we'll tell SvelteKit we need this action to happen. So on our root homepage, where we didn't have a plus page.server.ts, because it's just using the default metadata for the title, what we need is to export an actions object. And we can type this with types that SvelteKit magically types for us, which is nice. These actions. And if we only have one form in the page, it does make sense to just specify the default form action and move on with our lives. This is one of the syntaxes that kind of look the same. But for consistency, I'll make this a fat arrow method as well, since this is what the docs are specifying. So the one form that we have on the page that doesn't have any more parameters, we're telling SvelteKit, this is what I want to happen. This is the action that I want to happen when this form gets submitted. And I guess for now, all we want is to say to do create a contact for this user, just to prove that it works. So I click to submit, nothing happens. I fill in my email correctly and submit. No fail, no forbidden method. SvelteKit knows what to do. And you can see in the logs that indeed on the server, on the backend, we did make it to this log here. What can we do in this action? Well, this method gets given the event, which has the request, which has form data, which we can use to get the user's email, for example. They're just destructuring the request there, so let's keep the same thing. So in there, we can say that the data that this action in response to the form gets is whatever we await with by calling the form data method in the request. This returns a proper object, standard object called form data, and you can access various variables here by using the get method. So the email, the user's email is going to be in the form data, get the email. Again, this is the name of the input field. This can be whatever, and so long as you match it here, then it's going to work. The type of the input is magic. So inputs have various types, one of them being email, others being just text by default, or a number, or a date, or date time, and whatnot. So what you put in type is magic. You cannot just put in whatever. But what you put in name is not. You can put in whatever there. But as always, why not keep a meaningful name for you? Keep your life easier. So we can actually use this here, and to prove that it works, submitted the form. Here you go. Here's the email. And similarly, use a different email logged. Great. Quick intro to form actions. Would we do anything else here? Maybe. We will probably refactor later into something else, but I think that was my plan for today. For this point in the chapter, we still have a lot to do. Hope you're still enthralled. So we have this flow where we have tested that we can see an input field, we can submit it, we can click the button at least, and our tests are passing. But how do we know that this actually works? How does the user know that this actually worked? And at the moment, the user doesn't know for sure. If you were an engineer implementing this feature, then maybe you tell me, well, I saw with my eyeballs that I got the console log here. And I'd say, okay, at least you know it works, at least it works, but can't we have an automated way for confirmation that our feature actually works? And soon the user also know. The user won't be able to check our logs to see that this worked. So what could we do? One of the things we could do is show a little toast notification that you're correctly signed up. You can have something cute as well, like have a loading spinner show up on the sign up button, and then it becomes like a tick. You can do something fancy. But for now, let's just do the toast notification. And I think we'll go for the autocomplete here and see if we can do a more accessible role later. And let's expect this copy. You're signed up. Thank you. Again, if you want to suggest different copy, please let me know. And now we do have a failing test where this doesn't actually work. And to make it work, we need to somehow show an element that says thank you. And if we were really doing hardcore DDD or BDD, then I'd hard code like a random element showing up, but nobody likes hard code DDD and BDD. So what we're gonna do instead is bringing in this toast component with the Sonar library. So on the bottom right, where my face is, you cannot quite see it. Here, you can see this toast. You can see it appears as many times as I click. So let's bring it in. Again, using the CLI. I do like the CLI now. The VS Code extension for the CLI. Great. Let's see what we got. In lib components UI, we also have this Sonar component. Again, it's a single component here. It is bringing in this mode watcher library that we ain't using. And we'll talk about the theme soon. And the Sonar and the mode watcher library again. We did our own dark mode last time. And how do you use this? You need to bring in your toaster component into somewhere like your root layout. That will always be in the page once, and that's going to be the area that the toast notifications will appear. If you don't render this, it makes sense. If you don't render this somewhere, then how is it ever going to appear? So let's go to our root layout indeed. And say, well, this claims that even above the header or anywhere we can put it. Let's put it at the end. It shouldn't matter in any case. Oof, interesting. Unknown extension .svelte doesn't seem correct. Did we not install this library? It installed node watcher for us, but not Svelte Sonar. It's kind of interesting. Let's try again. All right, so now the toaster area should be hidden but available in our app. And according to the documentation, on response to anything, we can show up, make a toast show up. So that's exactly what we're going to do. In our form here, whenever we click the button, we're going to have a method run. And we're going to use the toast method from Svelte Sonar and say, thanks for signing up. And look at our file. Hello, Mike. My weekend has been great so far. Thank you for asking. How has your weekend been? So every time we click this button, even though we don't submit the form, it's gonna show us this toast. Great. There are some handy methods here where you can specify that this is a success toast, and then it will give you like the little tick. And the cool thing with this library is that it is indeed responsive. So it's gonna try to think how big your screen is and position this element kind of appropriately. So on a bigger screen, it will go on the corner. But on mobile, let's say, it's gonna show at the bottom and align itself like this. Mike is saying SvelteKit is so beautiful. That's a beautiful thing to say. Amazing. Right. So we have this toast showing up, but you should be like, wait a minute, Johnny. Like, this means nothing. In fact, validation fails, so you're not signed up. You're for sure not signed up. So what's the deal with that? Like, the test should be passing. Theory. Did I actually name this correctly? So let's see. Let's see why this is not passing. And we can see that with an excellent tool. Yeah, this doesn't quite look as I expected, does it? This should be a bit bigger. If I do click, then it does show. Eventually. But why does it look this rubbish? That's one of the questions that I have. If I do mobile Safari, does it somehow pass? Does it show up off screen? I think it must be clicking the correct thing. This is the next version of shadcn, Mike. So the answer is yes. But I've also used it in production in a real project. Well, this is a real project, but I mean a paid for project. Right, so we also have the test output here, or we should be having the test output. With retain and failure. So let's try to test again, like on every browser, and see what happens. Besides it looking quite bad. And we'll figure it out. So every mailing list is failing, and we have videos for everyone. And we can see how it looks like. So you saw that, right? It does appear, and then it refreshes. And the reason is that we're not enhancing the form. So very good. Mike is saying this provide a low-level API for a table component. They're using shadcn. They're using the TanStack table now for tables, I believe. So I'm sure they have something if you look hard enough. But the point is that we're kind of having the hydration problem of what we were talking about before. Our thing does appear, but then something happens and it disappears before Playwright can validate that it's there. Why is that happening? Maybe if I wasn't trying to cheat and have the toast appear like every time you click the button, even though you haven't done the form, it would have been fine. But hey. Anyway, I do wonder, like I was hoping that this would keep it. I think this immediately shows up for Playwright, and then it kind of refreshes the page for some reason. Anyway, what we want to happen is for this toast to appear after a successful form submission. And something that should also solve our Playwright problems would be to add some JavaScript to the form handling by using the enhance method that SvelteKit provides. So this for now is a vanilla HTML form. And I guess I would have noticed this problem if I actually try to sign up like this. So I get the same thing. So if I actually have a form, I submit this, it sends something, but the app reloads because that's the vanilla form, HTML form behavior. When you submit the form, a post request gets sent by the browser, and then you refresh the page that you're on, essentially. Or you go after a post request to the action that the form is specifying. For now, this form is not specifying where to go, so it just goes to the same page again after submitting this. So before we even see the button that we'd like, the toast that we'd like, we refresh the page again, and because it's a full HTML HTTP navigation, our app dismounts, I guess, and has to hydrate again and loses the toast and all of that. So that's the problem that was happening. A bit embarrassing that I didn't find it. Sometimes I make things up as I go along and I don't foresee these situations. So to resolve even that and also have the success notification only happen when there has been a successful form submission, we will enhance this form with JavaScript, and SvelteKit provides the use enhance method that I do believe, since it's not going to be doing a real HTTP form post submission and all of that, it is going to keep us here. So immediately the toast notification stays. The form gets reset and submitted, which is the default behavior. And our test will pass. So quite interestingly, let's put in here like Johnny Tumbles. That's with and then I'll remember what I was debugging here and save people some time, future people some time. Why did I mess this up? Right, so this passes every time, but we do see this even if we haven't actually submitted the form, or even if there was an error on the server and the server blew up. We'll see this every time. How do we conditionally see this? Well, use enhance can take a method where in here you can put in everything that you want to run before the form gets submitted. And that method can return yet another method, which is going to be what you want to run after the form has been submitted. So in that case, it would be regardless of whether the server responded with I have failed or not, and then it's on you to check whether it was successful form submission or not. But this will only run after a successful form. So this runs before, this runs after, maybe for demo purposes. Taking the on click from here. Put one before and one after, just to see how it looks. So now, if the form doesn't get submitted, I don't get a fake toast notification. If I do fill in the information correctly, then you can see that almost immediately I get both those, because the server is instantly responding since we're not writing to a database or anything. But if I were on the server side, to introduce an artificial delay by doing something like this, focus on the left, so submitting the form, and then 3 seconds later we get the sign up thing. Awesome. And Mike, you're correct. With enhanced now, it behaves more like an SPA. It switches to the client-side router, which is kind of like SPA mode. So again, submitting the form. Eventually, we get the toast after we've waited for ages. Use enhance can take a method, and in here you can run the code that you want to run before you have a response from the server. You can even cancel the form submission if you'd like, if the form is not validated, even though, as we've said, the browser does have ways to validate whether the form can be submitted or not. Maybe you have like something manual that you want to run, something more complicated than the browser validation, which you could do here. And then this method can return another method that will run after the server has responded. That server does respond with a few things. And Mike, you are correct. So in this place, like before the server responds, this is a common place where you put in some logic to say, show a spinner, just for the user to know that something is happening. So with form actions, so if we look at the progressive enhancements section with enhance, you can see that in that method we get the result object, which may have what we need. So in here we have the result object, and then is that a real thing or is it making things up? Can it return anything? Does it have a case for error? I'm not going to be doing any of those things. Search for this famous action result object. There you go. Right, so it can have type success, failure, redirect, or error. That's different. Failure and error. Anyway, so if the result is exactly success, we could say this. Else we can return our error toast. If result type is success. So for now, again, submit the form, then we'll get the success. After 3 seconds, let's go back to the server, make that 2 sections. And maybe we can say if the email includes error, then throw an error. SvelteKit has a helper for returning an error response, and you can say bad parameters or whatever. So here you could be doing some server-side validation, or if you just want for demos, you could have this case where if the email has error in there, then you just throw this error. So this should work normally in this use case. Great. But if I had error in my email, then something went wrong. Please try again later. And I have the little different icon. Great. So hopefully this gives us some understanding of what you can do with enhance. But what we are going to do is use this library called Superforms, because as Mike said as well, what I like doing here is having a loading spinner after some time has passed, do some things, and I do the same things with pretty much every form, and I'm tired of writing this thing every time or copy pasting from the last time I did it. And most of all, I don't want you to just do things that Johnny is saying. When there is a very popular library that most people are using, then I will defer to that one. So use something popular, don't just do things that Johnny made up. Let's work on the standard. But first, let's solve the other thing. Let's make this toast look dark mode style. So our sonar component, which is the toast component, can take a theme prop, which can be light or dark. So this is how it was supposed to look. And by default, shadcn has us use this mode watcher thing, which I guess is good. Like if you don't want to do your own code and have your own script and do all the setup that we did last time, which I don't blame you, then you can just use this mode author tool. And then elsewhere, you also get a store where you can see and check the value of the mode. Is it dark mode? Is it light mode? Is it light mode? And pass it in here dynamically. So you can just use mode author and have all of this done for you. If you remember from the last episode, we did this lightweight script for toggling dark mode without a flash of white paint, which also mode author supposedly doesn't do. So it it is also working perfectly, even with server-side rendering and all of that. So, you know, maybe just use that and you get the store and all of that. But if you just want your own code, because, for example, this is Svelte 4 and I want every component that I have to be Svelte 5 and whatnot, I don't know. Then, if you like using this method, then essentially, without overcomplicating things, you can copy this theme observer logic into your Sonar component. So, what I want to do, as an effect, so when this component mounts the DOM, I want something to happen. I want to create a new observer and then I want to observe the document element, which is where we add the data theme attribute. We just want to observe this single attribute. The only attribute we want to filter for, the only one that we want to check is the data theme. All right. And what do we want to happen? We want to introduce some state. So there you go, state management. So let's say state, and it can start as dark because that's our default. Whenever this changes, this will run, and we can find the next theme by checking that attribute, the data does whatever attribute. And we want to change the theme to be the next theme. And we can type this to be any string, I guess, or light, dark, if we really want to. Hello, Milos. Great to see you here. Thanks again for the D1 suggestion. If you stay until the end of this stream, I'll discuss further. I did mention that in the big agenda for today, I am gonna talk about cool Cloudflare features, which will include its SQLite solution there. Cool suggestion. Right, so the theme. If next theme, do I need to type this? Probably not. And then I can say the theme equals the theme, which will be shorthand assigned. Ugh, I need to actually specify that this is light or dark, because that component complains. All right, so now the Sonar component will be magically given the theme. Soon the Sonar component in the Sonar library just applies some styles based on the data theme attribute existing somewhere, which is a big standard, and without needing me to pass it something, probably yes. But you play the cards that life deals you. This is how this library works. And that's how we'll have to play it. So now you can see that as I change the theme, the toast as well also matches it. All good. If I don't put in error in the email, the server doesn't crash either. So everything looks fine. Right, so have you noticed another thing? I press this button and I keep submitting this form like a million times because now the default action that SvelteKit does is not applied. We also get the action here, which we may want to apply in the end, which will clear the form field by default. But also, nothing is disabling the button, so I can click it as many times and submit this form like a million times, which you probably don't work. So much like the loading spinner, in here, you may want to disable the button, but then you'd need some state management. You'd need to say, all right, this form is idle, but it can also be submitting, and it can also be success, and it can also be error. And this is all code that I kept writing over and over again, and that I made up. I showed the people and are like, okay, it looks nice. We are doing like state machines and it's all cool, but is it standard? And you know, it is, but it's not that popular. Not as popular as Superforms, which we are going to use to take care of all of those things, like only allowing for one form submission, easier error handling, easier ways to validate the schemas of what you're submitting, and do loading spinners, all of those things. So we will. And yeah, Mike as well says Superform is a masterpiece. Remember when you didn't like it? And now it's the best thing ever. I agree, it is a masterpiece. But I also agree that when I started, like I was reluctant to start using it because it's so confusing, so much to take in at the start. And especially if it's a library, if it's not going to be popular, it's a gamble to learn it, because then you just learn a library and you never use it again as people move on to something else. But Superforms is excellent. I agree with a lot of the opinions that they have, and it's super popular. So for sure, it's worth the effort to try to learn and use in your projects. But it's also good to understand what we'll be trying to do here. So again, we'll be using Superforms to super enhance the enhanced functionality that SvelteKit has by default, to do these things that we want to run before the form is actually submitted, the things that we want to happen after the form is submitted, the things that should happen on success cases, error cases, and all of that. And Milo says, when you start a new project clean with Superforms, yeah, I also go straight to Superforms now, because second part of the chat message, refactoring existing code to use it is painful. Yeah. So let's see, we haven't, this is our first form, so we'll be bringing in Superforms now. And when I say now, I really do mean now. I need a drink of coffee. Did I really ramble about forms for half an hour? Well, it's a passionate subject for sure. So we use Superforms, and then we get to actually Superforms is store driven. The stores and the runes are not incompatible. Effects.js I have not used. What is Effects.js? Great question. One last thing before we refactor, I suppose. Mailing list spec, does it still run? It should. Did it change the copy? No. All right, so it works. It just has like this this artificial delay that I will remove now. Maybe half a second delay or whatever. Yeah. So this passes. Using the get by text selector is not bad. It's not as bad as using test IDs, which is not, you know, the end of the world. It's better than having no tests. But as much as you can, try to use the get by role selector or get by label. These are the ones that ensure most accessibility, I would say. And in fact, there should be a specific role for this, and it's the status role. Have you heard of this one? So we should be able to actually find the same component, but ensure that it's specified in a more accessible manner by using the status role. So we can test again, and maybe not. I guess it's going to be inside this element, but it doesn't have this thing. Let's say that is inner or post element. So the toast element should be the only status element in this page. And then inside the toast element, then we can get by text something. So this works. We are capturing the status element in the page, and then we're confirming that inside it we have the status update that you're signed up. Thank you. Why do that instead of just checking if this is just somewhere in the page? It's a small thing, but again, I will claim accessibility benefits. Putting it inside the correct status role element does mean that things like screen readers will notify the user appropriately. There are other things like the ARIA polite and all of those things. ARIA live being polite that Sonar adds for us. But this is just one of those things where we are instructing the screen reader to tell the user in a polite manner, in the correct way, that you're signed up. Thank you. If you just check by text, then you could just put this anywhere in the page. You could have like blinking text in the middle saying you're signed up. Thank you. Which wouldn't be the most accessible thing. Like the some screen readers wouldn't know what to do with that. So that's why I like this little touch. But the main thing is that we have this functionality here and we have this test. So whenever we upgrade dependencies or add new features, we know that this is gonna work. Spamming divs and not using semantics will affect screen readers. Two things: spamming divs and nesting things inside divs, not really affecting screen readers, but using the wrong elements will be affecting screen readers or the experience of someone using a screen reader as well. So if everything is a div, that's going to be a big problem. If everything was a div in this website, this fails immediately because we're checking whether there is this section with this heading. Then it also fails because people cannot find the email input field because it doesn't have a correct element, and then they cannot click the button. If you also use JavaScript to make a div behave like a button and submit like a form, which you wouldn't have because even the form would be a div. So all of those things would confuse screen readers and make your website inaccessible and impossible to use without JavaScript as well. So bypassing semantics, not using them, is bad, but nesting a few divs inside each other, a few elements inside each other, not the end of the world. Especially with how compression is nowadays. All right, so without further ado, the long-awaited Superforms refactor. We have successfully created this form where we can input our email, click a button, and sign up. It's great. I love it. But there is quite a few things we can do to enhance it further. Make sure that the user cannot submit their email a million times and get a million emails, or just just have us do more requests to our third party, which keeps track of our contacts and our audience, and therefore maybe we'll need to pay more money. And more gracefully handle the error cases with less code, have loading spinners, all of those things, but also have another way on the server to validate that what we're getting is an email indeed. And for that, we're going to use a library called Superforms, and we're going to use Zod as the schema validation library as well. So I do have links in the description for you to follow. We have done this many times, so I'm not going to be kind of rushing through this, but maybe I won't be talking too much about this. Some would say too late. We talked for 3 hours about this. But as it happens, even SvelteKit has a nice tutorial on how to use SvelteKit forms using Superforms and Zod, and also another library called Form Snap. Lots of things here that I'm not going to read out loud. I do invite you to go into the form section of SvelteKit and read them at your own pace. But essentially, what we are going to do is use a magic enhance method instead of the one we get from SvelteKit, in which we pass in our own logic. We'd use a magic enhance method that Superforms is going to be creating for us, that is going to be doing all of this code that we have essentially, but for us. Milo says, are you the only one that doesn't like SvelteKit that much and you'd rather go to Bits UI directly? You are not the only one. In this episode, I've already talked about how I don't like that by default, every text that they have is small. The text by default should be bigger for sure. And like it's just too plain white or plain dark. However, the big thing about it is that it is popular and it is making the idea of having your own copy-paste components more and more popular, which I really love. I've been into that even before copy and paste component libraries were a thing, before it was cool. I like the idea of using SvelteKit to get the structure of what your components should be. And then when you look up on the internet, you just see, oh, this form is just importing these things from lib components, UI, button, or input, or whatever. And then you just copy and paste the same thing. But what you have inside your input component is maybe your own thing. Maybe it's something that is using Bits UI that you mentioned, and all of that. And the main things I always change with SvelteKit is the text SM. The other thing with SvelteKit is that lots of people don't know of Bits UI, for example. You know this, and now I know this, but I didn't know that Bits UI library existed. Or in this example, maybe I didn't know that Form Snap existed, or SvelteKit Superforms, or Zod. So SvelteKit Svelte is a collection of good libraries, good other libraries that you can use to achieve a few things. So for the carousel component, you're like, oh, here's like a standard one, a popular one that can be used in here. So I didn't know of Embla carousel, but if I go into SvelteKit, I can have a look at all the components they have. I can see, oh, they have a carousel. What is it using behind the scenes? Oh, this one. It must be good. So I can bring it in to the app manually. So I think that's great value. One of the great benefits of SvelteKit, that it's a collection of popular standards of how to build your own components. Even if you want to do your own thing in the end, you will know that, oh, like it is Bits UI now that has a command component here. So you'll use that one. It's a reference to other libraries. So even if you don't like the styling, then you can find the components that you need. And if you follow the structure that they like, then you can copy paste popular code and implement your features. Or if V0 becomes that good that can implement your features for you, you don't need to change anything else. But yeah, this thing, for example, having to do card.root, card.content is not my favorite thing. Do you really need all of this? Do you really need like a million card components? Maybe not, but you know, I don't particularly mind. Cool question. And again, this brings us back to the form example. I do like here that it's not just saying do like shadcn add form and then paste this code and that's it. It is giving you great instructions of why are we doing this, what we will be using to achieve it, and what do you get in the end after we've done this. It is very good at getting you familiar with things that you may not be familiar with, exposing you to other cool libraries and why you should be using them. All right, so let's try to follow these instructions. The first thing is to use the validation library called Zone. So let's bring that in. And we'll define our form schema kind of like this. And usually you'd collocate the schema wherever your form action is. So if we keep the form action here in the root, then I can create a schema.ts file, paste everything. But what is my form schema? Maybe I can call it newsletter schema. It is going to have an email. Schemas with forms are usually objects. So Z is the Zod validation library. Because forms can have many input fields, usually the schema is going to be an object. And the only input field that we'll have for this one is the email. And there is actually, did I mention this? In the string type, there is an email field. So emails are strings, and you can also add the rule for this to be an email here. And by default, things are required unless you specify that they're optional or nullable. So that's the only one that we need. In a form like this, you could also have the preferred name of the user or something like this. But the common pattern is ask the user as little as possible. So even though when you greet them, you wouldn't be able to say, hey, Johnny, like, welcome to the team, or we have a new update for you, and you wouldn't have their name, that's fine. Users are more willing to bail when there are more input fields. So just keep the littlest amount possible. And when we do user accounts, then we can ask for the display name later. And a lot of inference happening here. Let's name this newsletter schema. And step 1 achieved. Now with Superforms, we need to return the actual form in the load method of the page. That's how Superforms can know, did this form succeed? Did it fail? Should it start with some things pre-filled? We'll go into more complicated forms in the future, but for now, it's not going to be anything too complicated. But in our routes page.server.ts, where our action is, we want to introduce a load method which we didn't have. Is it a server load? Remember, page server load, magically typed for us, and we're not going to be using anything here. All we're going to be doing is returning the form, and the examples just call it form. We only have the one form in the page. If you want to be explicit, you can call it feedback form. And what do you actually want to return here? You want to return something magic that Superforms returns for us. So let's bring in Superforms as well. one more library. And from that library, you do need to await this, but it's fast. It's not doing like a database request or anything, so you shouldn't worry about it. We don't want to pre-fill it with any value, so all we need here is to pass in the validator, and it's going to be a Zod validator. No autocomplete, sadly. Bring in super validate. Doesn't want to bring in super validate. Cannot find the Zod adapter below the window. Will it be able to do it better? Nope. So let's bring in the Zod adapter. And what we need to pass in the Zod adapter is the schema. So the feedback schema. What is happening? VS Code, you need to help. The newsletter schema. What was the problem here? So now our front end will have the feedback form available, which we'll use in one of the next steps. Next, they want us to create a bespoke form component. This is not necessary, but it is a nice way to compartmentalize. It's a nice way to think in components. In which we will be doing quite a lot of magic stuff. But first of all, we can find where this component lives. We have this whole section, I suppose. We could just have this form. This is where we decide what the form should actually be. The form could be the whole card, to be honest. Should we say that the whole form is the card? Yeah, why not? So all of this, remove it, and create a new component. Let's call it newsletter form.svelte. Paste in everything, but of course there's going to be a lot of imports that we're missing. So let's just copy and paste this script tag. It's going to have more things than we need. And let's render this component. Been making too many feedback forms. So it's back. There we go. And it works the same as before, but now we want to do the Superform stuff. We won't be using this enhance anymore, interestingly enough. Because what we will be doing is have this component expect some data. Oh, interesting. This example is Svelte 4, so that's not exactly what we're going to do. So here we go. Let's declare that this component will, the newsletter form is going to be expecting some data, which we can infer thanks to the super validated generic type that the Superform has for us. However, VS Code insists on not auto-importing things for me. Oh well. And the schema, of course, will be the newsletter schema. So instead of saying that the data I expect has an email, has whatever, your source of truth remains this, because you just define the Zod object, and then everything else is inferred from that. Your newsletter schema is inferred from this object. And then what data this form, this newsletter form, will need is inferred in turn by a method in the Superforms library. Cool. And that data in Svelte 5, we can just destructure by calling, not really calling, the $props rune. So that's fine. That data needs to be passed here. And indeed, in this case, this page magically gets data from the load method. We've seen this in the last episode, but whatever you return in the sibling plus page.server.ts page load method in the final object you return, this is magically made available as props to the sibling plus page.svelte component. So this page has data, and we can pass data equals data feedback form. This is what that component works. This is what we've typed as the super validated infer from the newsletter schema. This naming thing is the most confusing part with Superforms, because we have the data that magically gets loaded by SvelteKit and the load method that we wrote here. And then we pass data to the feedback form or the newsletter form or the sign up form or whatever form you have. But again, the form that we have will also have form data. So I don't know what's the best way to name this. It feels that the way we're doing it now is confusing, but I haven't found a non-confusing way. So I'm just going with the way that most of the examples that I see have. If you have a standard, let me know. It may make sense for this to be form, you'd think, but then you also have the Superform method that you get from SvelteKit Superforms. So Unloco says Superform, but you also have the Superform camel case that you get in from SvelteKit Superforms. And what does this return? This returns a form, or does it return a Superform? And inside that form, it also has a form property that you have to alias or something else. So I don't know. I don't know what the best thing is. Anyway, here with this data, we will be doing cost form equals Superform. We get this from SvelteKit Superforms. And we need to pass in the data. We're calling data for now. And then the schema that it should be validated against. So once again, we'll be using the Zode client. Which it refuses to, sorry. So second parameter here is an object that can include validators, which is going to be the Zode client. And the Zode client, of course, I guess it's going to be the same as in the server. Is it? It's similar to the server. Just Zode is the server side one, client side one is Zode client. So bring in that one. And that needs a schema as well. So the schema for this one is the same as the newsletter schema. Good. And of course, let's remember to use that prop types, this props type we defined here, and everything will work. Cool. So, a tip from Unloco, just destructure this instead of doing const, sure. Sometimes there is going to be some select components or something that will be using array proxies that will want the whole form object. That's why I won't want to destructure it. So let's have a look actually at the Superforms. More advanced use cases are using proxy objects. We'll use this in the future, I'm sure. But for now, the array proxy, which is the one I use most often to have like multiple zips or whatever. This thing, they are using the form like this. All right, so I'm with you. I got to the same page. So the proxies just need the destructured form. Great, I love it. So inline here, let's destructure the form, and then we'll make use of the other things that we need. Beautiful. Beautiful. So keep in mind that this is a bit different to the shadcn example then. We just have the form, we don't alias this to form data. There you go. So the shadcn form field wants the whole form object. Let's see, maybe it's gonna be fine. We'll see what it actually wants. We'll see what it actually wants. So the shadcn form field may want something more. Anyway, from the return value of this, we also get the enhance that we're gonna use. So instead of writing our own, we can use enhance, not the one that SvelteKit provides, not the one that we're gonna be passing like our custom methods or whatever, just the enhance that the Superforms creates for us. And we'll see how we'll make those work in just a moment. But the other thing that shadcn wants us to do is nest things inside form fields and form controls, which can be good, I suppose, for accessibility. They have like a standard way to have like the field errors and all of that. Not super convinced, but we'll keep going with the example. Also, at some point, we should add the form components. So let's do that. shadcn, new component, form component. Don't override anything, please, Lord, no. Don't override the button, don't override the label. Just bring in the form components. Great. Let's see what we got. So another directory in UI called form, which has quite a few things. Probably even more .cs imports that we can immediately remove. The funniest thing is the form button that just redoes the regular button by forcing the submit type, which just makes me roll my eyes. But I don't know. I would just not use this. But just for people that will see in the example that they're using form.button, I'll keep this in. Prime example of shadcn creating more things that I can just delete, and I should probably just delete. Anyway, legends, which are helpful for checkboxes, toggle radius, and those sorts of things. More .js. Oh, we didn't format. Problem. Let's format. I was surprised. It's like only just a couple .js imports. 8 feels more likely. So yeah, replace those. Good. And we can see that there is this form snap library for accessibility brought in. So let's bring that one as well. And then maybe reload VS Code to force it to have a look. So the legend form, the element often used in forms, the best named element really. We have the form label that is doing like some extra crazy things, I guess, so the label will match the red color when it's false, if you like that. I don't know. This is just busy work as far as I am concerned, but we'll keep following the example. The ones that we really want that are the form fields and the form controls, I suppose. So let's see. The form field, let's have a look at the form field. So this one, like I was looking at this one, it's doing like this crazy method to figure out what the given form should look like. Like too much TypeScript for me in this case. So I do wonder, will it accept? I think it will want the whole Superform object, which is really messing up, will really mess up our destructuring. But hey, now that we do have everything, let's try to introduce our input field. First, we need to bring in every single form element in the word. Will VS Code help? Probably not. But I want to import star as form, the whole namespace from the form directory. That's what I want to do. And then I will have a form field. And then it's going to be like, this is not the form that I want. So that's unlockable. Unfortunately, that's where shadcn gets us. It's like, oh, you need this to be the form object you return. Sadly. So we can keep the form here and destructure it again. Like those examples tell us. And then we can pass it to the form field. Why pass it to the form field? I guess this makes passing in the name. Like this ensures that you give in the correct name, like something that exists. So if you refactor the schema and then you're like, I'm not going to call it email, I'm going to call it username, then this thing is going to know. So if you have it email to start with, and then you go to the schema, and then you change this to be like, oh, actually, I want this to be a username for whatever reason. Then this is going to alert you. So you'll get this. Is it worth it? I don't know. But yeah, that's the suggestion here. And the cool thing is that this form field is going to magically put in the correct name and IDs and all of those things to your input. So, you know, I guess that's nice. Milo says not worth it. Most days I think I agree with you. But again, we're trying to adhere to like the most popular opinions for now, unless I have like a really, really good opinion on my own. We'll see. I'll think about it till the next live stream and we'll let you know if I switch everything up. For regular input fields, not worth it. I think there are more complicated input fields that it is worth it just because it helps you group things better. But I'm not sure. If I make some coffee and think about it, I'll change my mind, I'm sure. All right, so other things that it's doing, it's like magically the label is using an ID to find the correct input field. So it still gets you in the correct thing. But I love nesting inputs inside labels. That's like my favorite thing. So, I don't know. Anyway, is this... No, it's not. My question would have been, is this specifying that this should be like an email type input? And the answer is no, I suppose. Let's double check. So let's remove this. I can at least still click and get in there. Let's look at the input that was created here. The type is not passed, so you have to do this manually anyway. And also the constraints are not passed. However, Superforms does give you the constraints object that you may even be able to spell correctly, unlike me. And in the input, you can spread constraints email, and then if you have like a max length for an email, it's gonna be respected for you, which is nice. But not the type again, that's what I want to double check. So the fact that it's required gets spread now, great, because we did this. But the type is not, we still need to say email type. And this is important because it hints the browser that this should validate as an email to start with. And also, when you're on mobile and you press in the field, it will give you the keyboard that has the @ sign as well. Cool. So browser validation still going great. And if there were errors, then they would appear in this field. Form description. If you want even smaller letters, this is your sense. I guess we won't use it for this. Maybe we can say we'll never spam you. I don't know. But anything else we want to add here? Anything else we want to add here? I did think that there must be one more thing that I want to add, but I forget already. I forget already. So we have the email input. We won't be asking for the name. Let's move on. It will come to me, I'm sure. I won't be showing examples of like usernames and stuff. Just move on. We've created this component. No description really. Looks fine. Won't be showing errors. Then it's telling us to create the action. We already have the action, but we're going to be doing something different there because now we do have Superforms. So in our page.server here, instead of doing whatever it is we're doing here with manually getting the form data from the request and the email fields and that, we can pass in the whole request or the whole event to super validate and then have a state of whether the form is valid or not. So the example says event, but you can actually pass the destructor bit here of request. Zod is the same thing we're using in the load method, and it should have the same schema, the newsletter schema. If the form is not valid, so if server side, if they've done something naughty, so maybe they disabled JavaScript, for example, and then instead of an email, they put in something to troll us, then on the server, where you should always be doing server-side validation. So I'm fine letting the browser validation do the work, but for illegitimate users, people that are trying to troll you or hack you or whatever, you should always be doing server-side validation. And here, Zod will be checking for us whether the form looks valid. If it doesn't, then we're gonna use the fail method from SvelteKit to return. Is it from SvelteKit? Did I make it up? Yeah. To return the form object itself. A thing with Superforms is that you always need to return this form object for Superforms to behave correctly. Yeah, this will tell the client that there was a problem submitting the form. If not, normal operation should resume. So let's fake await for a few moments. Then where do we get the data? Well, we can find it inside form data. This has some cool typing, this form object. It knows that if it's valid, then it's going to have all the form data that we've specified in the schema. So if we said that this is required, this will always be a string. So we don't need to do like anything extra here. Then we can pretend that the server is on fire or whatever here. And still use the email as before. So client-side browser validation. If you put in an email here, press the sign up button, the form clears eventually. No toast notifications, but we do get the log. If there was an error, then you'll notice that we're not returning the form in this case, which is not what you should be doing. You should always return the form object when you're using Superforms. So here we could return 500 and then the form itself without an extra message. But now, like some validation errors, I guess, should be appearing. We'll see. We'll get back to the use cases that we need. This is claiming that it's done. Not really. Another thing that's cool with Superforms that I will show before moving on to the toasts is that they do have this very, very cool super debug component that we can bring in like this. And in this component, if you just give it the form data, form data, then you'll see live what the value of each input field is. So you can see this update. The UI looks kind of nice actually. So when working locally, especially when you're working with more complicated inputs like multiple select, drop-downs, combo boxes, that sort of thing, I do find including the super debug component is quite helpful. Right, so how do we show toasts? Before we were doing stuff in use enhance. Now we should never touch this, but what we can do is give some instructions when we call the Superform method, because Superform has a few events. So let's have a look at that. And they even have like an example for like toast or something, I think. No? events is the section. So they click to submit the form, then the onSubmit event happens. And then when the server finally responds, you always get the on result. You always get the on update. If there was an error, you get the on error thing. If there wasn't, then you get the on updated event. On each one of those events, you could do something different, and you could check whether you're heading for success or failure. But the easiest way is to say on update, just do this, or on error, just do something else. So the one that I use most often, and I think they have a toast example here, is on updated. So in that diagram that we saw, in this options object, you can pass in here, all of these events exist. So on result exists, on updates exists, on exception, I think, on error. Was it on error? On error. But the one we want is the finally on updated to happen. And what do we want to happen on updated? It's the thing that we had many years ago, the success toast notification that had the copy that we had in the spec as well. Like you're signed up. Thank you. So now my calculations are correct, and they usually are. I click this button and we get this thing. And the form resets. That's an option that you can change. If you specify reset form false, then this field stays pre-filled. But the default behavior, as we saw back in the day when we did the HTTP not SPA style form submission, this field gets cleared. That's why the default is to reset it. Other thing you may notice, line from a film, is that now, like even if I click the button like a million times, I don't get a million toasts anymore. Which is great, which is excellent, which is beautiful. Let's make this a bit longer again. So I'm clicking submit, but I'm only getting one toast in the end, and then the form clears, and then it's like you need to fill it again. So one of the other things that Superforms does by default is to prevent multiple form submissions, which is also something you can override if you want. So by default, multiple submits is on prevent, but you can also allow it, or you can just cancel the form submission if you see the user panicking and be like, oh, they're tapping too much, just abort. But usually you just want prevent. So unlike the reset, where I do often find use cases where I don't want to clear the form, multiple submits, I don't really find use cases where I do not want to prevent it. Another cool thing that Superforms does for us is they do give us a submitting store, which we can use to have a look at whether the form is submitting or not, and a delayed store. So research apparently shows that the user is starting to get squirrely when 300 milliseconds are passed. I don't know what the default is here. 500. So I would say that it's 300, and you can make it be whatever you want, I suppose. But anyway, the point is, people don't want to see loading spinners unless they need to. So we could be using the submitting store to see if the form is submitting and show loading spinner and then show the toast. But if the server is going to respond super fast, as is the case locally, for example, but in real life, if you're using the methods that we're going to be using, it's going to be super fast. So by the time they kind of see the loading spinner, then they see it disappear again and they see the toast, which is maybe not good behavior. But sometimes maybe they have bad internet, slow internet, or something like that. And they do submit, and it takes a while for them, for the form submission to be successful. In that case, that's the reason of the delayed store, where you can be checking whether the form is delayed, and if it's above the delayed threshold, only then show the loading spinner. So the idea is, if it's below the delayed threshold, you don't need to show a spinner. You will only annoy them if it just shows up for just a little time. But if it is delayed, you need to show the user, you need to acknowledge that something is happening. So that's why you can keep track of the delayed store to show a loading spinner, disable the button, or whatever. Visually, you can just disable the button and then they'll realize something is happening. But in reality, even a disabled button does nothing, because we have that option we talked about where Superforms disallows multiple submissions. Right, so this spinner thing, let's make it happen. Let's make it happen by stealing a spinner from another project of mine. Common, not really theft. So I think I have it in the icons because it's an SVG turned into a Svelte component. So let's copy this one. So Milos is saying about the fake delay. So that's the other thing where people can be suspicious that something went by too fast. They're like, oh, I don't trust it. And then they press refresh like again or whatever. So it is actually common to introduce a fake delay to some operations if they're like 50 milliseconds and people are not trusting it because it didn't think enough or whatever they think. Then you introduce a bit of delay and then show the same results. But thanks to the artificial delay, the users are happier because you actually did something, you worked hard. I don't know. As is the case, perception is reality. So even if the results are the same, if you present them to the user in a different way, then you may get different feedback from them. You may get a different satisfaction score. So maybe that's part of the reasons why the new ChatGPT models are doing this whole loop where they keep reprompting themselves to get like a more of a result. But we don't know if that's true. That's what OpenAI tells us. It's saying that it keeps reprompting itself and thinking more. But maybe it's not doing that. Maybe it's just messages that says, oh yeah, we're thinking about this and we're drawing diagrams and we're doing whatever. And I feel happy that it's doing so much work for me without me needing to send different messages. But maybe in reality, just the same model, or maybe the same model, but more powerful. But it has introduced this thing where it says it's thinking more, but it actually thinks about things at the same amount of time. I don't know. But as a user, I don't know the difference. I do know that the quality of the result is very important. But if it's too fast, I will mistrust it, even knowing all of this. Cool. So, stop saying Johnny. That's bad radio. So if I do error at example.com, do I get to the error case? The answer should be no, right? So what's happening here? This one, I thought they claimed only happens on success. Was it all lies? So success or failure here. No exception. What does it have here? What would it have? It does have the form. Ah, it only catches the error action. So let's see. Let's do the same thing we were doing before. So apparently in this case that we want to simulate, the one use case when you shouldn't return the form. You don't need to return this, this will just throw itself. So let's see if that's any better. This doesn't work. All right, so uncaught unexpected error happens. We run this error method and we get the error use case. And still, if this email was valid, then we would be getting the correct success toast. Great. Cool. Could we be doing more here? Ah, we're talking about the delayed thing. So what we really wanted was to copy all of this and go to our custom icons. And let's create a spinner.svelte. Paste it in here. We're using the animate spin tailwind method as well. I think it looks nice. I think it looks quite nice. And I guess I also make it a bit opaque by default. So let's do the current color here actually. And I think even having the opacity here. So here's some live improvements. So I can make the spinner be more intense if I really want to in a different use case. So here in the sign up button, let's also put in this spinner that we just wrote. Looks like this. Why did I want this? I had different things. I have a circle and something else. All right. Better, maybe. Anyway, it is a spinner. And in order for it to look right, I can also make it be absolutely placed. Left 8 or something, 16. Don't really know. Put it at the end, like this. I guess so. But, of course, we only want to show this if we are delayed. So if I submit the form, it won't show up immediately, but after 300 milliseconds, so almost immediately, it will appear. And then after successful submission, it will disappear. Good. And if I didn't have the artificial delay here of 200 milliseconds, if it was just 2000 milliseconds, so 2 seconds, if it was just 0.2 seconds, then it should never appear and annoy no one. Great. Great. So how do I mess with this threshold? So by default it's 500. And you can specify a delay ms. And do they have a reason for 500 ms? There must be a reason where they default to 500. Surely. Interesting. Anyway, I think half a second is it's a default, so we'll respect it. Cool. What else did we want to show here? Messages. I think messages. We need a different method here. Yeah. We've been talking about Superforms for an hour, so let's do like one final section. My theory is that it would be cool instead of the UI having to hard code what to say in case of success, if the server was to say back that you should tell the user, oh, well done, and we have your email or whatever, pass in their name if they had an email. Instead of hard coding this, let's have the server send a message back. And Superforms has thought of that situation too. And it has the message selector, message method, where you still pass the form back, but also pass in a message that you can access on the front end. And apparently you can still use it for errors, I guess. We'll check it out. Maybe not. We can actually strongly type this message by messing with the Superforms namespace. That's right. That's what I wanted. So in our app.d.ts, we haven't touched this much, just did the toggle theme thing, but we will be adding one more thing in the app namespace, which is the new Superforms thing, just to ensure that there is TypeScript keeping track that we always, whenever we return a message for Superforms, it has the same predictable format. This is something that Superforms made up. If you don't like this format, you can name it anything. Like, it doesn't have to be text, it can be copy, it doesn't have to be an object, I guess. It doesn't just need to be success or error. But I do find that this is going to make things a bit easier. So we've typed the Superforms message, this means, or I hope that's what this means, is instead of returning the form like this, we can use the message helper method from Superforms, return the form, but also return whatever we want to say. Now, in this case, we know in the front end that we want to return just this message. But you'll see that TypeScript is telling us this is not what you should be returning here. You should be returning an object that has text and also has a type that's either success or failure. So now it's going to be happy. And on the front end, too many things open. We can access the message somewhere here, I'm sure. Oh, here. Interesting. It must be somewhere else here. Is it not here? Is it inside form? Yes, so. So on form here, we can say, write this message text. And visually, also check message type success. Let's do this. We get the same message as before, but then this means that we don't need the onError handler, and we can do just else if it's an error, so the error copy, and go back to the server. And instead of doing this kind of weird situation, then we do the common thing of still returning a message. But this time it's going to be a type of error, and the copy is going to be a bit different. This should allow the front end to have a bit less code, I suppose. Maybe switch case here. And also maybe allow us to give more information or dynamic information on what should this message be. So if we wanted to repeat the email to the user, we wouldn't need to keep track of like the form and look into the email and all of that. We could just have the server here also include the username or the email or whatever data we wanted. And we could even be checking if we are in a dev environment here instead of a production environment to actually return more information here. So not the server is on fire. We could return the server is on fire only when we are on dev, or we had a problem with Resend. That's not something a real user would want to see. A real user would only want to see we've had a problem sending you up. But me as a developer, as I'm developing this app, I would love to see that Resend failed. That would make my DevX a bit better and my work a bit faster. We're not gonna do that now, but just a way that we could be using this this messaging feature. Keep things common, standardize things. Can we conditionally reset the form here? Like when there is a problem, I don't want to reset the form, I suppose. Can I cancel the reset? Do I get this from the form? So some UX here before we move on to the next subject. By default, which I think is going to be my most common default, do not reset the form. And then, if it is a success, does it have a reset method? Where is this? Must be somewhere. Calling the reset method, but where is the reset method? Oh, is it here? Is it on this level? I guess it must be. So form reset, yeah, we have it here. All right. Cool. So we have the form again, I guess, on update, but we could also just not use it and get the form from here. Maybe that's less confusing. Let me know. It's probably more confusing, isn't it? Because then message is like a store and you need to do the dollar thing. Oh well. All right, so this form is this form in this case, and it has this reset method. A bit confusing, to be sure. Cool. So now, error use case doesn't reset, so you can try again. Success use case does reset. All right. Cool. We did that as well. Tick a few boxes. And we're finally gonna do newsletter audiences with Resend. Finally. And maybe I will do a commit in this case. Or more tests. All right, so this should still work, even with all our refactoring. Great. But let's also test. This is an error. See the message to try again. Something goes wrong. So if I try with Playwright at error.com, then I should see the expected error message, which is this. Something that contains, please try again. Still in the status role in the status element. In there should be a please try again at some point. So I am forcing an email that includes error to crash, and that's how I can test the bad case, the unhappy path scenario. There you go. Cool. And it even works on the emulated Safari. So it must be working everywhere. Don't show browser anymore. Everything works. Let's commit. Let's see, is the linter flipping out? Amazingly no. Good. So feature, let's use the AI to see what feature they're gonna say. And yes, that's the, it's a good idea to test on Safari because that's the only way that I catch Safari errors. So in Playwright, we've shown this before. My favorite way to set things up, if you set up Playwright by yourself using the Playwright CLI wizard and not the SvelteKit adder, it will give you this big options object that we've only amended slightly, that does have some cool things, including explanations on a lot of the options, but also a few common projects that are configured to emulate major browsers that they say. By default, they have desktop, Chrome, Firefox, and Safari, but I comment out Safari to use mobile Safari, which emulates an iPhone 12. Of course, you can switch this to like whichever iPhone you want or whichever other device. But most of the time, my problems, not just with Safari, which does have more problems than others because it's more strict with cookies and stuff. Because it's also the mobile viewport, most problems I have that only appear on mobile, like maybe this button is like too small or whatever, they get caught by this project. So sometimes testing for Safari is annoying because it will showcase more errors, but if we look at the stats, a lot of the users, a lot of the mobile users, which are most of website users for most websites nowadays, are gonna be the default browser for Apple iPhones, which is Safari. So even though it's unpleasant, testing for it is a good idea. I agree with myself, but also with Miros. Good. So where are we at? We had the test. We just wanted to commit. I'm gonna press this. I press this AI button. It says add new UI components and form schema for enhanced functionality. Now, add newsletter form. Let's just say this. And the thing is, even though we have those two tests, in reality, the user thinks they're signed up, but in reality, they're not signed up. I guess because we are console login, we could go to the Cloudflare docs and just look at people's email addresses, but this sounds like a security blunder that could get me cancelled just by suggesting it. I was mostly joking. But hey, if you if you want to go live like that. Anyway, so all we're doing on the backend here is console login. We're not even console login. We are. All right, so we're just console logging the email if things have gone well, which is not good enough. That's not what our client wants. We won't be looking into the logs to fish out the email addresses and then send them in a CSV or whatever. We want to add them to like a newsletter or audience or contacts or whatever else. There are many ways to store people's email addresses. There are tools like ConvertKit, which is now called Kit, which I'm not going to use because that's just too confusing. SvelteKit and Kit. Maybe it's not confusing. Maybe it was meant to be all along. Anyway, there are quite a few newsletter audience management tools, but I have been using Resend a lot for transactional emails, and they do offer some marketing functionality as well. So what happened here? No one knows. Let's add a timestamp and look at the article that I'm linking. There is quite a few solutions for emails, including ConvertKit, for example, that I've used in the past. There is also like SendGrid and Mailgun and even Amazon Simple Email Service, which is not the simplest email service, but it is the cheapest. We've shown how to set that up. We won't do that today. We'll be using Resend, which I have used for marketing for transactional emails in the past, but now we'll be using it not necessarily to send people marketing emails, but definitely to make use of its audiences feature to potentially send people marketing emails. We'll be putting in the email addresses that we're currently console login inside an audience as contacts. Good, good. So they have pricing here. So they used to only have transactional emails. Now they have the marketing emails thing, which both of them, they have a free tier. It's kind of confusing. It says 3,000 emails per month for the free transactional emails tier, or 1,000 contacts per month with unlimited email sending. The transactional emails has this 100 emails a day, which is kinda low, I would say, but not like too low. I think it's usable. Marketing doesn't really say what happens, but it does feel like you do want more than 100 people on your waitlist, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a marketer. So it is a bit confusing what they say about the pricing. And also, like the transactional emails pro pricing is 20 per month, which is, I guess, is fair enough. But the pro marketing is 40 per month. So what's that about? I don't know. And it's only up to 1,000 contacts or 5,000 for the pro marketing one. And 1,000 contacts for a free tier, amazing. 5,000 contacts per month for a pro tier, not that amazing. I think that's quite steep, to be honest. By comparison, the 20 per month pro plan just for transactional emails is 50K, up from 3K. That's like quite a magnitude more, so I can see paying that here. But for the marketing emails, I don't know, like they go only 5x while increasing the price much more. So I'm not sure. I guess the competitors are more like MailChimp Clever, which really fleece you. So you just have to fleece less than the competitor and you're fine. Anyway, I don't know many things about this pricing structure. And I do have good things to say about Resend, which is why I'm talking about them today. I only saw things that I think are cool tools. But keep those variables in mind when choosing whether to give them money. And I do think like this pricing thing is confusing. It's like, why do I need to pick transactional marketing? How do I sign in? How do I sign up? What is happening there? Why are they signing me in like this? Like, who am I signed up as? What's happening? Too many things are happening, which is a problem. So let's log out. Also, this looks like shadcn, doesn't it? Anyway. Let's try to create an account. See what happens. Cloudflare, all the good things are being used here in this form. So let's try to create an account. We have this blog post that you can follow along with. it is going to be really a GET request that we can do manually using the recent library that we're going to download, but it's just going to be a REST call, fetch call at some point. We can do it ourselves, to be honest. And they're saying that they're doing quite a few features. Whenever you send email with them, they do add an unsubscribe link at the end, which is nice. Get started, 1000 contacts for free. Great. There are a few things to set up, including a domain. So let's go through what I've done behind the scenes to set up a domain with the Cloudflare Registrar. Cloudflare, pretty cool for many things, including buying domains. I've bought domains from many places, but Cloudflare Registrar claims to be the cheapest one because they don't have an overhead. And I do find that is correct. So you buy them quite cheaply, and they don't have, all right, it was cheap now, and then next year when it renews, it's like 5 times as more expensive, which can happen with other providers. I do happily use Vercel. I did use Google, which was another canceled Google product quite recently. But ever since I discovered that, hey, Cloudflare has this, and had a little look, I don't think I'll be going back unless they fumble as well. So what I did was buy a domain from here. So I looked at for Gainzatron, and I do think they are kind of good at suggesting alternative domains from you. Maybe not. Maybe when I had a more standard word, I don't remember what I was searching for, but it gave me synonyms for the domains that were actually available. Anyway, I did buy Gainzatron.com offline. Just press the button. Usually it's the same price to renew, but what they claim is that this is exactly how much they are paying, so you're not buying an overhead, and it's not going to be a surprise. In the end, we're not going to buy a new one today, but we can have a look at the one that I've already bought. So, have two, just two, I guess, the Trivia Train app and Gainzatron. And I have set up a couple CDN DNS records for myself. Let's see if I can find them. I should have a screenshot. So, to make emails reroute to something, they've added with one-click enable these MX records and these text records just to prove who the original sender is, I suppose. What this essentially does, it allows your domain to be used as a proxy into your email address, which is quite cool because it means that you can set up a few things for your client using the official domain that you're going to be working with. So let's see if I'll actually manage to get there. They have this email routing section. And for Gainzatron, I've set up 2 custom addresses. Whenever someone emails team@gainzatron.com, it goes to my email address. And whenever someone emails ops@gainzatron.com, it also goes to my email address. This is quite cool because I can set things up now, and when I hand over to my client, I can just change the destination address to my client in the end and say, all right, from now on, you are in control of that email address. You don't need to create like a Gmail account, and it won't look official because it will be like Gainzatron at gmail.com, or buy a Google workspace, or have a shared password and then give the credential keys, and then the client doesn't pay you, and then what do you do? What you can do is set things this up, configure everything with your email address, and then move on with your life. What could you configure with this email address? So don't necessarily try this at home, but for example, you could do the recent setup using this email address, and then set up everything, like, because all the hard things are gonna be on this level. And then when everything's said and done, you just tell your client, all right, you can log in to Resend and see what the email addresses you've captured are, and so on and so forth. Just hand it over a bit more easily. I thought that's kind of cool. Google is desperate for this. So let's try to create this account. It's saying check your email because they have a verification link for me to hit. So I can click here. Click the button. And done. So I'm not sure if I click to add an API key, if it will actually show it here, and then immediately I've leaked the API key. We may find out soon enough. Milo says that you can also set up send as in Gmail. It's an email from that domain for free until I buy Google Workspace. But that still doesn't solve the problem of what if I want to receive email as that person? Is there more setup required for that? Probably. Not sure. Anyway, they're saying to send your first email, we need to add an API key, but that's not what we want. What we want is to add contacts in here, and you can import contacts from somewhere else, but an important thing that we'll need to copy over is the audience ID, I suppose, because we'll need to use that to add someone in that audience. Can we rename this? I guess not. I think that's how they get you. You click this and it's like, now you need to pay 40. Fella. That will be 40 smackaroos, pal. Which is fair enough. They provide a great service. But let's go back here and press the add API key to get an API key, hopefully off screen. But this is going to be the first time that we're using environment variables in this project. So maybe let's actually do start with this audience ID, which could be dynamic. I guess if we were paying, we could have two audiences, like the demo dev audience and the production audience. But I think that's over engineering. So this could be public. This could be a public variable, but I guess it doesn't particularly matter. In any case, we want it to be dynamic. We don't want to hard code this in our code. So we don't want the audience here to be this. We want this to be dynamic because some things should be secret, and therefore you cannot commit them to version control, and therefore you cannot have them directly in your code. And also, some things should be easily changeable. So some things you'd want them to be one way in development and another way in production. In this email example, just because we're being cheap, we'll only have the one audience and have it be the same in development and production. But for many things, it's a bad idea as you're experimenting with stuff to keep things the same in development, in production. So if I mess something up and, for example, if I delete every contact in the production audience, that's bad. If I delete every contact in the development audience, not as bad. No one cares, no one uses it. So that's one of the reasons why you'd want to have an easy way to change between those two. But in this case, this will be hard-coded. What will not be hard-coded is the API key. I will definitely be using a different API key for development or for streaming or something. So if that gets compromised, I can delete it later and without needing to do a production deployment. At some point, we will need to tell Cloudflare that when we build the app, we want it to be built with environment variables, but we'll be doing that shortly. So, first things first. To give environment variables to the app, you can create for local development a .env file that should never be committed to version control. And you can also have a .env.local if you have like too many. And what I like to have in my projects is .env.test for tests, but also as a documentation for people when they check out the project, they'll be able to see what is actually required here. So we can have the recent audience ID value here, which can be whatever this was. I guess for the tests, it can be test. Oh, you're not working. Good. Come on. Keyboard. Time for a new keyboard. And I can show this because it doesn't matter if you see it for now. Now, I know that I will be using the server side. If I wanted to use this on the client side, I'd need to prefix them with public. Vite and SvelteKit is doing something to protect us to not leak our environment variables in production and on the client. So if you want something to be available on the client, if you're really sure that it's fine if someone sees this, then you prefix it with public underscore. That's another way to make sure you don't do this by accident. You're opting in to this, having it be visible on the client. Right, so now that we have this in our .env, SvelteKit will be able to bring it in. And since we'll have it as a static variable that's only going to be read and transpiled during the build time, we can autocomplete it. So if we start typing Resend, because we have the dev server running, it will actually be bringing it in from the $env static private. It knows it's a private variable because it doesn't have the public underscore prefix. It knows what it is because it looks into our .env and stuff. And SvelteKit, being magic, does know that this is a real thing. So we can use this audience ID later. Oh, I hate this ESLint thingy. Anyway, we will be using this later. The other thing that we need is the API key, and that one we will need to keep secret. So I guess we won't be creating a contact audience here. We're just going for the generic one, but there is other things we will be doing. But essentially, what we want to do at some point is using the Resend API, I guess, is do this contracts create thing. And I wonder what the response is going to be, but we can try to do it in line and move on with our lives. So this thing, let's just create the recent client in this action, and then we'll see how we can refactor this to be a bit better. So recent client is going to be this. What is recent? Well, we need to bring in the recent library. So npm add p. They got me again. Oof, alpha. Wow. So now this one should be available. And that means that I can do something like this to actually create this person to that audience. But of course, the email should be dynamic, should be the thing that I got from the form. I have this. This should return a promise. We didn't ask for first and last name. Unsubscribed false, I guess, to override if they've unsubscribed in the past. Great. And the audience ID will be that recent audience ID that we imported before. So what does this return? It returns a create contact response. It has some data. Great. Ah, it can have an error. Great. And then it returns a contact, but it doesn't tell me, I guess, if the contact existed or not. I guess not. But it looks like it has a data and an error. If I await this promise. Yes, great. And in this case, so I won't be doing this anymore, this fake error. We'll be doing it at a different level probably. So if there is an error, then we can say that there was an error. Great. And the data, I guess, if we don't have an error, it just means we're a success and we're not gonna send the user. Let's console log the data, actually. Let's see what they tell us. Maybe we'll have a different message saying, oh, you were already logged in. T3 does env. There we go. Like so many things for me to check. It's so cool. For making things nvax is type safe and guarding against misconfiguration goofs. I'm prone to goofs, that's for sure. Right, so what remains is for this to be secret. So let's go to a different screen just for a moment. Both for this and for this. I want to go to the setup page, which I guess is actually here. Oh, onboarding, cute. And click the add API key here. They're showing it hidden, which is good, just in case you were curious. And I can go to my .env and create a recent API key environment variable. It's going to be whatever I copy pasted now. And I can go to my .env.test. Great. So interestingly, it seems like we don't need to verify a domain in order to add people to an audience. It's cool. Let's move this back. So here, instead of hard coding an API key, we want to use the recent API key, which is definitely secret. I must not show this to anyone. In .env.test, just an example of what you need. You need a recent API key for this to work and for the app to build, indeed. But I've also added it to my .env, which is why it knows that it can import it and it auto-completed this. So, in theory, if I try to submit this form, we're gonna get a huge success and have me appear in the audience. Let's see. Let's see. Will we get it right first time? We have this form, we have it for reals hooked up with this recent account we just created. When I submit this form, I should get the toast notification, which I do behind my face. And oh, we had a problem setting you up, so we didn't get it right first time. So what was the actual problem? Let's see. Let's log the error and try again. Different email address. This API key is restricted to only send emails. They set us up for failure. So quite rightly, so I'm gonna press this button and hopefully it won't show all API keys that I have. I guess I don't show it all. So they quite rightly only create an API key for you that has just the setting, the sending access, but we need another one with full access because we want to manage the account. So let's call this dev or full access dev. And we can also tie it to just a single domain. However, we haven't verified any domains here. So should we do that? Let's do that. Gainzatron.com and the sending. Okay. I guess we have to pick US. Fair enough. And they want us. Oh, they do want us to add an MX record. I wonder if that will. It knows that we're doing Cloudflare. And we should be able to add an MX record just for send here. Let's see. DNS for Gainzatron. We have an MX record for root. And I think we should be able to add a few more things. So type mx, interesting, send, not the root, we're doing other stuff with this. Mail server, I guess that's the value. In priority 10. Time to leave, auto. Sure. Did it actually do it? Guess not. Sorry, everybody. So when you press add record, it just collapses the form. Come on. Come on, mate. And it doesn't autocomplete this? Come on, Cloudflare, you can do it. All right, so here, let's try harder. Say resend. Save. All right, good. 1 out of 4. Text record. For the name domain subdomain. The value. This is all to prove, I guess, that we do own it. And that's it. Add another. Resend.domain key. I guess only resend checks this to ensure that it didn't happen by accident. And no priority for any of them. And bonus for dmark. Don't want any creepy pixels. I like that this is not recommended to do it. I don't want creepy link tracking either. So one more record to add. Again, text record for dmark. I think there are quite a few values for the priority of dmark. To know if done is a good one. But hey. So we've added all those things. We'll click the button to verify. It's pending. That's why it's good to do it early. But, oh, done. Quick. All right, so that's good. You don't really need this because we're not going to be sending emails yet, but we will need an API key. Oh, can I not restrict this? It's crazy. Try again. Oh, I only did this to restrict this into a specific thing. You can only restrict the ones that have sending access. Wow. I guess the audiences are not tied to an email. I guess the audiences are not tied to a domain. So maybe like the permissions should be, can I manage this audience? Like I would like to see more granular permissions here, but I suppose there must be like one user out of like 10,000 that wants this and it's been deprioritized for more important things. Right, so what this actually wants was domain setup. Proof we own our domain. to resend, which we didn't need to do. Okay. But let's keep going with the setup here. Let's go off screen. I need to create an API key with full access, and I need to call it where I want to call it. Just dev. I can only see it once, but I can copy it, and I can move this over here for a moment. Go to my .env file. And paste it in. It's pasted. And I can press done and try to copy something else. And then move on to the demo. Four hours, not too bad. We won't make it 8 hours today, not this time, but we've done a lot. Right, so once again, we have this app, we have this email sign up flow, and I claim I'll see the success toast when I sign up this time. There you go. And we'll go to our audience in Resend, and we'll see this email address there. Boom, nailed it. And I can add another person. So I saw that the loading spinner was loading. No need for the fake delay here. Let's see how fast Resend actually is. But it's good that we noticed that in the big screen, the spinner was floating too much. It was absolutely positioned somewhere else. If we make the button relative, then this should be better positioned. I like it here. So yeah, right, 4. Let's see, is it gonna be fast enough? Yeah, too fast for the loading spinner. Great, even though we're hitting the US recent reason, it just works. And there you go, another contact. And they know my gravatar somehow. Cool. Right, so what else do we know? They give us the object of the contact here, and that's the ID. The question is, if I try to sign up again with the same email address, do I get something different? No. We could use this to say, oh, you're already signed up. And looking at their API docs, they don't have a way. It did not look like they had a way to check in your audience who has this email address. You can look up people by their IDs, but of course, how do you know the IDs? And I wouldn't want to fetch every contact and check every email or whatever. Right. So we also don't have a way to check whether this is a verified email, so I can put in any email there. But hey, by the by. So you can see the API reference here, and thankfully they don't show an API key. And we can retrieve a contact, but not by email. Apparently not. And yeah, that's about it from the related things that we want to do here. So cool. Now we have this, and again, at some point we can go here and say everything from ops gets redirected to the client when you want to do the handover, and you don't need to do anything further in this regard. Cool. in the future, we'll be using emails to do email and password with resets and magic link email logins. And that's when we'll be actually sending emails from the team at Gainzatron.com. So the domain setup we did will be helpful in the future, but not now. Cool. So every time we do this demo, we are doing an API call with Resend, and they don't actually charge us anything for this because this doesn't create yet another contact. I can only assume. Let's double check. Yeah, so it creates or updates the contact, I suppose. So it doesn't create yet another contact, and you're not charged by API call. So in theory, you could be testing this by hitting the real Resend API every time. But what if you had another trigger where you also send an email to the user every time they sign up, telling them, oh, welcome, whatever you want to send. That would mean, well, that also means that whenever we run our spec here to test whether we can sign up for the mailing list, Playwright will literally be added to the mailing list and would be literally getting an email that would bounce because we haven't actually set up this email address. Maybe we will, but for now we haven't. So that's probably not what you want. And for reasons like that, I like to use a tool called mock service worker. And I do have a video that the mock service worker team approved of as well. That I really like. People like it. I'm surprised and happy to see. And it is testing a contact form. I was using SendGrid back then. But it's the same thing where I actually want to send an email at some point, and I don't want to send a million emails. Every time I do a test, an automated test, I don't want to be paying SendGrid or Resend something. I don't want to be using up my quota either. So what I can do is hijack this request that we're doing here to Resend and have mock service worker handle it for me in a way that I'll try to be similar to what Resend is actually doing in the end. And that would also allow me to test error cases as well. A lot of third-party APIs do have some use cases for you where if you do send something that has like an error in it, it will pretend that it turned out. Especially email services will say use this email address if you want the email to bounce or whatever. Credit cards are like, if you want the credit card to be rejected, use this credit card. There are lots of cool things like that, but we can just use our own thing here. You may notice that this is a Next.js video, Next.js and MSW tutorial, but actually you can follow along better if you go with SvelteKit. And with the modern Next.js, you cannot follow it because they've done some naughty things with the Feds API. So it's hard to set up mock service worker nowadays because the way they're trying to hijack the requests depends on you using the Feds API natively, but Next.js is patching the Feds. In the latest conference with Next.js 15, this was actually mentioned that people have opinions about Feds API and whatnot, and I do. But that's by the by. Anyway, still watch that video. I think it's relevant to make that use case, and much like every video that I make, I do try to keep it information packed. Unlike the live streams, where some things I just make up as we go along, and I definitely make mistakes. So it's worth a watch. But let's go through setting things up. What we want is to install the MSW as a dependency. Great. only a dev dependency for sure. We're not going to be deploying mock service worker, although you could. And then it's saying create a mock handler for us, I suppose. And they suggest to put the mock handlers in source mocks and have a handlers.ts file. Let's call it source mocks handlers and have an index.ts file. And this could have an array of all our handlers. All our non-handlers. And we can have the Resend handlers here. And this is where we'll actually be saying that intercept probably a post request to resend and do something else, something that will decide what it's going to be. Good. Now we need to actually start mock service worker. I like starting mock service worker just on the server when I work with SvelteKit, because I do most stuff on the server anyway. I never do stuff on the client directly. So I never do direct HTTP requests on the client, very rarely. So I don't need it to be on the client setup, just on the server. So they suggest creating a Node.ts file, I suppose, which imports the Node version of mock service worker here, imports all our handlers, spreads them, great. And we won't be using this, the client-side version of this. All we need is to start the server at some point. So here they are indeed suggesting you may start mock service worker conditionally. And that's indeed what we are going to do. What we don't have yet, so what we want is to listen, to set up mock service worker to listen to every request. How do we do that? We should use a file that runs on every request, and on SvelteKit, and that's the hooks file. So in SvelteKit, kind of like middleware, advanced concept we're getting into, you can have a file that runs through every request. So you can have a file that runs on the server on every request, which is exactly what we want to do here. So let's create a hooks.server.ts. So right in the source, hooks.server.ts. In this file, we'll do nothing. Just say this runs on every request. And indeed, you'll notice that if I go to the logs, you'll see that this runs. If I run again, this runs. Another user, another window goes here. This is gonna run. Great. This runs on every request. This file is only read once when the server starts. So even if I refresh, this whole file will not rerun. Important to know. But when I restart the server, that file will be read, and therefore that console log should happen. But I guess only when the first time someone tries to request this website, because that's when Vite knows that, oh, SvelteKit is running, I need to read this hooks file, I need to do like everything, and that's the first time it actually reads the file. It's after I try to visit this URL. So no matter how many times I refresh here, I keep getting these logs, but this is only read once. Good? Good. This makes it the prime case, the prime place to get mock service worker running. So the prime place to have this happen, this server listen. So import the server file, start listening, it will start listening. However, we only want this to happen conditionally. We definitely do not want this to happen in production. We don't want to intercept the requests to use a mock service handler in production. We don't want the mock service worker library in production. Definitely not too much. So what we can do is say it's introduce a thing like MSW enabled, and only when this is explicitly exactly true, only then start the server. So I will again hide this for just a moment. Go to my .env file. And move this back. Now I can check if MSW enabled is exactly true. Then start hijacking the responses with mock service worker. So now if I refresh, nothing will happen. Again, we need to restart the server for this. So now when I refresh, seemingly nothing will happen. I guess we have this log that we don't need anymore. But when I actually try to hit resend, we'll get a warning from mock service worker that it managed to intercept a request that didn't have a matching request handler. And we can see all the details of the request. We can see that it was trying to do a post to resend. And it can even check for this specific audience, which is neat. And we can see that it had a payload of the unsubscribed and the email and whatever. There is a setting for mock service worker where you can say that if this happens, do not allow the request to go through. But by default, it will let the request pass through with just this console log, which is great. Right. So what do we need to do? We need to go to our recent handlers and say, actually, we need to listen for a post request to wherever. And maybe we also want this to be explicitly the audience that we want to add people to. This definitely shouldn't be hard-coded. We saw that this is actually an environment variable. But with mock service worker, you can actually also capture this. I think like this. I think express style. And let's see. Do they have something in the docs? .slug.id. Yeah, so express style. This becomes available as a parameter here. So we can have a look at the params. And we can say if params audience ID is not the recent audience ID, can return 400 response. And they have a few helpers with a HTTP response, but this one is not it. Error. Status 400. How are you supposed to call this? Not a network error, just a regular error. Yeah, it's not a network error. So actually, this one looks like more like it. So we can throw an error for invalid audience. So why that is important? Say 400 and no need for extra headers or whatever. Cool. And we can do other cool stuff. I guess we know that on success, it returns something like this. We can see this from the recent talks as well. But the email should be dynamic. No, that's what we sent them. What we get back is this. Just a random ID, I suppose. Should I use crypto? There you go. Cool. But also, how do we get form data? Well, it's how we initially did it on the SvelteKit side. Actually, do they have a form data thing here? Example to copy paste. Not really. Oh well. I do believe here we have the request, surely. And exactly like we did in SvelteKit, form data should be a request form data awaited. Email is going to be the email. And see, when you follow the standards, then you can carry over the knowledge in other libraries. And we can even do the same cute trick where if the email, maybe to lowercase, oof, we could even do this. No email. Or type of email is not string. Do this, so now it will know that it's a string. Do you not know this is a string? Come on. So that I don't get. Form data entry value, it says. Ah, we need to return it. Oops. All right. So the lowercase includes email error. Then what's a network error again? So this is like a connectivity error, which maybe we don't want, but maybe we do. It's fun. Let's just return the error response, see what happens. But if the email doesn't have an error, then we just return the correct recent thing. So I think we've implemented everything that I wanted in this mock server response. However, you'll notice that if I try send again, I still get the same thing. It's like, oh, you're still MSW intercepted a request without a matching request handler. And you're like, but I've added this one. Like, why didn't you intercept it? Well, the problem is that you need to always restart the server because the listening server only happens at the start and never reloads. Everything else hot reloads, but that file only gets read once the first time someone tries to hit this endpoint, as we've seen. So now, if I try again, then it looks like the same thing happened. And indeed it did. Come on. So what did I miss? Recent handlers are here. In my index file, I didn't spread the recent handlers. Like an absolute muppet. But almost correct. This happened again. I'll do it a third time, just to prove. It keeps happening. I need to restart the server. As soon as I restart the server, then this should be intercepted by mock service worker. And it failed. But it thinks that this wasn't from data. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So it was intercepted by the handler. Fair enough. But I guess this didn't work. How? So the content type wasn't what they expected. So I guess Resend must be sending JSON. They must be sending JSON. So it's not from data. We just need to decode the JSON and the email is just going to be here, isn't it? And it says that the default body type, who knows what this is? I think here you define anything that you put here as a path parameter. And the body, we know that it's going to have like an email of string and the unsubscribe like true false, but who cares? So now it knows that this is going to be a string. And I guess we just check for truthness here. And again, the annoying thing is that I need to restart the server for this file to get reread. But now, when I submit the form correctly, you're signed up, thank you, cool. No alerts, it is intercepted by mock service worker and we can validate it by testing the error case as well. we had a problem signing you up. And we can validate it further by saying like milos@example.com. It says you're signed up, thank you. However, if we go to the audience here, you'll notice that that email is not there. So we didn't actually hit resend with this one. Intercepted the request. So even though it said that this worked, it never hits resend. You never exhaust your quota and add like random people here. You can keep going with your tests as you'd like. Hopefully this makes sense. There are ways to like reload the server, the handlers, like reset handlers. But I've never found this thing to be dependable when it comes to running them for the browser tests. So when it comes to setting up mock service worker in this hooks.server.ts, like even in the handle, if it had every response, reload the handlers, it just ain't working. So there may be a way, I don't know what it is, but anything else we're missing here? Don't think so. So mock service worker, really cool to test the error use cases. This does mean, did we actually add the failing test? So this failing test, something goes wrong that you see, please try again, should still succeed, even though like in the real code in the app, we don't have like a check for error in the email and then throw a mock error or whatever. This is a more realistic way to work against an API, a third-party API here. People have opinions on mocks for sure, but I think this is a great way to work with third-party APIs, including with your own backend. Very often you'll find in teams that you have the TypeScript mostly frontend or meta framework and a dedicated backend service. This could be in TypeScript, could be in Python, could be in Rust, could be in anything, but the point is that it's in a team that you don't have direct control of. Maybe it's a different team that you'd need to get to them and say, I need this change, or I need this new endpoint, or I need this whatever. And until they have that ready, then you can keep working on the schema, on the contract that you've agreed, and keep developing, keep writing your tests, keep having the confidence. And then when they're actually ready, you've just been waiting. You've already implemented the code. You don't need for them to wait to make the deployment happen. You can still have confidence that when the backend is ready, it's gonna work because you've reflected this. Again, communication is key. This is quite a lot of boilerplate to set up. Ensuring that this has the same schema can be tricky, but I do like this way of working. All right, we are like 4.5 hours in yet again. So I should recap this thing with mock service worker later. Definitely an advanced feature, but I do want to democratize it. I do want it to be available even to more junior engineers at some point. And maybe that point is now. It starts now. Cool. So we have the test that even test the error case. What else do we want to do? Let's look at the agenda. We've pre-done this. This is still me. Oh, I guess this is it. If you're not using Cloudflare, there is this ImprovMX tool that I was using before Cloudflare that also does the same thing. If you own a domain, you can set up some records and forward to an email address. Anything else that I want to talk about? Maybe add the timestamp here. We have shown a lot of Vercel in the channel. We've also shown other solutions like Fly, for example. We've shown a bit of Cloudflare, but I'm really glad we picked Cloudflare for this project because there are tons of cool things that Cloudflare has that I'm just begging for a chance to use in the future. And the very fairly priced registrar, it's just one of them. The email things, so the email aliases that I used to use ImprovMX for is another thing. But there is tons more. So let me know in the chat what you'd like to see in the future. The craziest one has to be the stream one, where you can even set up your YouTube alternative and set up your own stream with blackjack and Texas Hold'em. But the most likely ones we would be using in the future, workflows beta. We've kind of shown, we've talked about durable objects when we did the 1 million checkboxes experiment. Key value store is like a fast in-memory value store that's supposed to be like Redis, I can only imagine. D1 SQLite should be an SQLite alternative. My plan was to use Turso for this, but Milos, also currently in the chat, in the Discord, mentioned that this would be cool to show in the future. So it's very likely that when we do get to that point, which is not the next stream should be CRM functionality with another third party. And then we'll actually have user accounts where we'll definitely need a database. So it's likely we'll use this one unless you tell me, if 10 people say, oh, actually we want Supabase, or if 5 people say, oh, we want Turso, then we will go for those. But for now, the plan is to use this one. Workflows. Oof. This would be further into the future because I guess the use case would be for something more advanced. Maybe, like I'm trying to make up the features on the fly. So as a general reminder, what's this app about? First, it's going to be just be able to see the program of the week. So someone, me and the client or whoever else, goes in and says, this week, like you have these 4 or 5 days, you need to hit in the lower day, this exercise, this many reps, whatever, and that's it. Maybe the PDF, but not really. Next step would be to be able, as a user, to have an account, so you can favorite some exercises, you can see historical exercises, something like that. But another cool one would be to generate a program, and that's the one that could have an in to the workflows feature, because at that point, maybe with the CRM, we've created tons of routines, tons of programs, tons of exercises. We have a huge exercise database, lots of people using it, and maybe we want a workflow here to actually crunch some numbers and create some AI LLM enhanced programs or something like that. I don't know, just thinking live of what we could be doing here besides sleeping for 2 minutes. What a use case. I should have just said this. What an example. It's cracking me up. But other cool things that we've kind of shown in the previous thing, in the previous live stream, is analytics. So by default, you get some analytics if you deploy to Cloudflare. You get to see how much you hammered your service. And you can see that we had quite a few requests in the past day. Wow. And quite a few requests in the past week, especially right after the 8-hour live stream or during it. That's quite fun to see. But we've also clicked the button to do the web analytics as well, which does give us, I wonder if people were clicking while we're here. So Cloudflare is adding on every deployment now a JavaScript snippet to gather some cool metrics, including the visits. Couple people visited, you can see the regions again. And also you can keep track of core web vitals as they happen on real user devices, which is something that Vercel also has, and it's quite cool. First input delay, largest control paint, seems like it sometimes fall in the needs improvement and even poor threshold. Wow, at one point it took 7 seconds to fulfill the request. Oh well. But it also gives you quite a few other interesting metrics, like how many times did you hit the CAS, how many times did it need to be something fresh, which does remind me to actually talk about CASing. No matter what you do, no matter if your database is with your app or whatever, no matter if it's like in memory or if it's deployed elsewhere in the cloud, the biggest thing to make any app performant is to have a great CAS. If you hit the CAS, then you're gonna be fastest. But of course, one of the two biggest problems in software engineering, one is naming things, the other one is CAS invalidation. So the paradox or the problem, I guess, is that hitting the CAS, always good for performance, you always want to hit the CAS, but it's tricky to work with CASes. But we'll be talking about it more. And more realistic than the stream scenario and creating our own YouTube is the image service for image optimization, for image transformations on the fly. That's another cool one. But of course, let me know what you'd like to see in the things that Cloudflare specifically offers. But of course, as a user, tell me your use case and I'll see, not necessarily Cloudflare, because, you know, I'm not married to Cloudflare, we're just using it for this project. But it feels like Cloudflare is a fair SaaS that keeps adding quite a load of cool new features. And their aim is to keep things fair and the web fast and all of that, which is a great mission. I love missions like that. So maybe there will be a solution to your real problem in Cloudflare. Right, so we talked a little bit about analytics, no more Lucide. Will we do more Tailwind? Who knows? It could be that we're in the final... let's do some refactoring. Now that we're here, should we do it like this? So let's talk dependency injection. One of the things you get in other languages is dependency injection. But it's not that other languages give you that for free. It's just that other languages usually have more popular frameworks or more mature frameworks that have created themselves to depend on things like dependency injection. So it's not that JavaScript is holding us from having dependency injection. It's not that TypeScript cannot do it. It's just that it's not popular in JavaScript and TypeScript land to do something like dependency injection. But for a couple of years now, and especially in every SvelteKit project, I've been trying to do my own flavor of dependency injection. And to explain what it is functionally, instead of having all of this code here for creating the user, for creating a contact for the person that is sending an email address, instead of having this code here that directly says, create a new Resend client and then use the Resend library to create a new contact and then return an error or whatever, you abstract this away as a dependency that implements a specific interface. So you make the interface up and you decide it's the user's interface, and the user's interface should have a method to sign up for the newsletter. Or it could be the newsletter interface and it has a method to sign up and a method to unsubscribe. And what most of the app sees is that dependency that implements that interface. And that's it. It can call the two methods that it knows exist there, and it doesn't need to know if it's Resend, it doesn't need to know if it's ConvertKit, it doesn't need to know if it's SendGrid, it doesn't need to know anything else other than there is a way to subscribe and unsubscribe users, and that's it. But this is called dependency injection because usually there is a way in the framework to say my users repository is this, or my newsletter repository is this, and it's going to be implemented in this way. It's going to be the recent newsletter repository, or it's going to be the SQLite database, or it's going to be the Postgres, whatever, or it's going to be the in-memory one. And having a dependency injection method like this also allows you to change the dependencies for tests, just for tests, if you want to do more unity tests versus more integration tests, or even to change the dependency more easily when you change your mind. So if recent is like, becomes too expensive for you and you're like, I do have the time to actually set things up by myself with Amazon Simple Email Service, Amazon SES, then most of your code will stay the same because most of your code didn't care that you were using recent. Most of your code just knows that you have a newsletters repo. And inside, you'll create a new Amazon SES newsletters repo. And inside there, you'll have all the Amazon related code. And at some point, just in one place in your app, it'd be changing from the recent repo to the ConvertKit repo or the Amazon repo or whatever else. Hopefully that makes sense. Almost 5 hours in. So what I do want to do, I don't know if this should be like the users repo or the newsletters repo. Let me know if you have a preference. But I do like to put things inside source lib. And let's create a repo directory. Just trying to think of the fly, on the fly. So source lib repos, let's call it users repo. So users repo interface. TypeScript file. Let's export an interface called users repo interface. What is it gonna have? Subscribe. And it just take an email and then it returns nothing or it fails. I guess that could be it. And we'll have a recent users repo, I suppose. This could actually like be a service, and it could be like the emails service or something like that. I don't know. I may refactor this later when I think about it more calmly. But for now, let's call it recent users interface. Yeah, like the thing in it like that. I will call it newsletter actually. And we'd want a recent newsletter repo, which is going to be exporting a class of recent newsletter repo, which should be implementing the newsletter repo interface. I don't want the constructor. There is a newsletter. What did the copilot try to do there? Flipped out. The name is correct though, so I should change this to newsletter repo interface here. Gonna get in. All right, and what we need to implement is a subscribe method, takes an email, and that does some functionality. Great. And what we will be doing here is all the stuff we were actually doing in this page. And we can keep the same functionality, I guess. Maybe not. So in here, we could have like a recent client. With C is gonna be this new recent thing. And here, we're gonna wait from the local recent file. Use the audience ID. Great. We don't want to log anything. And can say if error, we can log it and throw. Maybe just throw it here. And that's it, implemented. So what do we do in this file? So in this file, we're gonna get this dependency we've injected somewhere. Where would we inject it? Well, we do know already of one file that runs for every request. So this thing runs in every request. And in here, I find it's a prime place to do your dependency injection. Usually, I even like creating a specific different hooks file here. No, shadcn created this for us. I don't know why. I do like creating hooks dependency injection handle. Weights can look exactly the same as this one that does nothing. Another copy and paste failure. So it's going to implement the handle thing, going to resolve the event in the end. But before that, it's going to add a few things in the locals for other methods to use. So event locals newsletter repo is going to be a new recent newsletter repo. Here, TypeScript is complaining because I haven't specified that this exists. So we can go to our app.d.ts and say that in the locals, actually, we do have something. We have a newsletter repo. It's something that implements the newsletter repo interface. You can do that to be more generic. I do find that I'd rather have the specific implementation there, because then I can command click and go to the file faster. And if I do switch to a different solution, I just need to go to this file and also implement change like this one line into the new one. So it's not the end of the word. So now in my dependency injection handle, let's call it dependency injection handle, and maybe even call the method like this. TypeScript is not complaining, it's happy. How do I use this? In my hooks, I can actually use the sequence method that the SvelteKit has. The sequence helper method. And all I need, you always need to export a handle, but you can export a handle that gets created thanks to the sequence helper method here. The only one we'll have today is a dependency injection handle, but in the future we'll have more, including stuff for authorization, stuff for the CRM functionality, lots of stuff. We're just setting ourselves up for success later. So now that this has happened, that means we can go into our routes our home server file, and in this action we can find in the locals. Well, now we know that we'll always have a newsletter repo, and instead of doing all of these things, we could maybe do a try cats. So we can try to await newsletter repo, subscribe this email, and then we can just cats. Can have a console error, recent failure. Should we say something here? Recent error, trying to create contact with this email. And then don't do this, no more console logs. So we try this. If it does error out, it's gonna get caught in this blog. We don't need to have the error and console log anything. We just generically say there was a problem signing you up. And this page is a bit cleaner. Again, all it knows is that there is a newsletter repo that you can call the subscribe method. So behind the scenes, if you switch to ConvertKit or whatever, this file doesn't change. This file doesn't change, it just gets deleted. You create a new one that looks like this, that talks to ConvertKit or uses the ConvertKit API or whatever you want to do. Maybe you don't even use ConvertKit or Resend or anyone. Maybe you just create your own database and you have your DB newsletter repo and you put things in Cloudflare Day1, for example. So you create that change, you go to your dependency injection handle, and you, instead of injecting the Resend newsletter repo, you inject the DB newsletter repo. You also update your app.d.ts, and that's it. Everything is going to work just fine. Cool. Does this still work? It should. Great. And error cases do work still. Great. So that's my flavor of dependency injection. I was planning to have like a fake database repo, but I think that's that's the extent of what I can do today. Maybe the next episode, which is going to be the CRM episode, we can talk about how to start from hard coding this to extending to hard coded but a bit cleverer, how to iterate in SvelteKit land, because we'll have like the various days and we'll make them look nicer, and then finally do the CMS change. I think that's how we'll play it. So the test file gets committed. I need to remember this. Packetization. Let's see. Has there been like an update while we were streaming? We have been streaming for a while, but no, there hasn't been. So we've added these things. We've refactored for dependency injection. Added this hook. Added this. Integrated with Resend. Oop, don't need those anymore. All right, so let's run the link method I don't like. Looks like it's fine. Let's set up mock service worker. Maybe one more thing. We won't use it now. You can use mock service worker as well for your unit test, so your VTest test, so we can have a setup file that runs mock service worker, but that's something to talk about later. If you want to test the edge cases a bit more, that's a great use case for mock service worker as well. Browser test by itself is a bit slow, slower than VTest test for sure. And if you have mock service worker, you can do things like having a delay, I guess. You're pretending that you're using real requests. So the wait time adds up, so you wouldn't want to have all the edge cases covered with browser tests. That's where VTest tests can come in. Plus, a lot of the implementation details and the spec details you can actually test there, but we won't show that there. The other thing I wanted to show, actually, in package.json we have browser tests and unit tests in all the tests, I guess. And npm, what are they doing? What are these guys doing? With npm, I think you can filter and run all of the methods that you ever wanted. I want to split up the browser tests into end-to-end and MSW tests. That'd be cool. So how we do that? Do I need that? Well, we don't have an end-to-end test yet, so maybe we don't need it yet. All right, so I will need to find a way to filter this. The last thing remaining for the deployment to actually work is to add the environment variables to our project. So we can go to our pages project in Cloudflare. And Gainzatron. Settings. We want some variables and secrets. Some of them are going to be variables, some of them are going to be secrets. And you can add them here. You can specify whether it's actually going to be a secret or not. And then the next deployment is going to work. And I see that they've added the paste your .env thing, which is great. Vercel did it first this time, or that time. But hey, it's great to see it here too. I love that feature. So I am gonna open my .env in secret. I am gonna create a .env.local as well. The difference is the local one is gonna have MSW enabled true, while the other one, the regular .env, is gonna have it as the empty string. Remember, you do need it. You do need the empty string for the app to build. So MSW enabled with an empty value, just text. Or false or whatever. Recent API key, definitely a secret. Recent audience ID, I guess it's fine to see it. And I would like to request another API key for production. So API keys, create one, call it prod, full access, just on the recent dashboard. It's telling me you'll only see it once, never again. Once is enough. So interestingly, MSW enabled, not allowed to be an empty string. In Vercel it is. So I'll just name it F. F for false. for 0, I suppose. Makes more sense. 0 for false. Save that. And we can move this back. So resend anonymous ID, it's fine if it's seen. Resend API key, definitely do not see this. I don't know if you can see this again. And MSW enabled 0, only if it's explicitly true, it will actually run MSW. Cool. So let's push and see if we deploy. If we manage to build and deploy. So git push. I will need an extra test, actually. An extra step in the workflow for the .env.test to copy it and turn it into a .env. So the dev server, when the player tests are gonna start, it's gonna read from that. It's not gonna read from that by default. But hey, that part will fail, but deployment should succeed. So great, two things are trying to happen. The Cloudflare deployment is trying to happen, which will probably succeed. And the Playwright tests are gonna attempt to run, which will probably fail because I didn't change the .env.test into a proper .env just for the tests. So we can do that in the meantime. Let's look at our Playwright workflow. So it's just installing npm, installing Playwright, and running the browser tests. It all looks like it's gonna work fine, but it's not, because the dev server is gonna run without a .env, so it won't have the required values. So let's say hopefully that autocomplete is correct. And how do I make the npm run things in parallel? Should I ask Copilot? Nah. There, probably not. Like this, I guess. Oh, I have to do it. Oh well. So my packetization, can I just do npm whatever? Let's look. Yeah. And it does run it in parallel. Great. Beautiful. Beautiful. not a real thing. But I guess it goes before the glob 36. All right. Sure. And maybe run it with CI true. Bad idea. Right. So we did make this little change as well. Confirm it works. Just keeps the unit tests in watch mode, which I don't particularly like. But hey, it's fine. What does watch do? Doesn't really matter. So here, something failed. Everything failed. Yeah, I was hoping this one would succeed. Let's see why. Ugh. So yeah, classic problem. That we need to only conditionally import this. Which is fair enough. I think I've done it many times. I don't know why I forgot. Maybe that's one of the things. If you saw me stuck in some place, trying to think of something, and believing I had forgotten something, this was it. So we need to conditionally start MSW, even more conditionally. So we need to dynamically import it only, like to make sure we don't ship it to production. We need to only do the import if this is true. And yeah, this comment is also cool to have. There we go. So here, instead of doing just this so naively, instead of importing this every time, we only want to import this only, I'll say again, only if MSW enable is true. So if MSW enable is true, then we bring in this file, which in this case, I guess I named MSW node server for clarity, not following the instructions that they talk about. Should I do the same thing? I think so. So call it like this, but then I do need to change the file name here. You can do it, Johnny. So this file, name it this, and also export it as MSW node server. So make it as explicit as possible. And now we should know that this exists. So it looks like it's fine. Let's restart the server here too. Great. And looks like it worked. Good. So this import, instead of doing it up here every time, bad idea, we need to only do it if MSW enable this through. Huge, critical thing, big thing. Then we do the new dynamic imports. They've been a thing for a couple of years now, but kind of new. We dynamically import this module, then it resolves to whatever this thing exports. It exports this variable. Hello, Summer, my good girl. And then finally, we do the listening functionality that we're talking about. Great. So now we should be able to build. And I can only assume that still trying to bring this in. But why? Because in my .env.local I have this, so it will always fail. But in Cloudflare, this is not set, it's set to like 0. So we should be good to go. Yes? Yes. Good. Means I cannot test the build step locally, but I will be able to test it in the action later. Up, lick this key. It happens. So thankfully I created a different one for production, so I can expire this immediately after the stream. It happens. But we did show something important, and we can commit this little refactor, do this copy. I guess we could move it instead of copying it. Yeah, copying is fine. And then critical thing. Actually, let's do them separated. So great. And on this one, let's say use is committed to .env.test. And push that one. We should be good to go. I can go to the recent dashboard before anyone has a chance to do something naughty with this, with dev, and remove this API key. Delete. And that's why it's good to have different keys for production and dev. There you go. Farangelo says 5 hours plus on a Sunday. You also had the great tip about building during the CI. We did have a failed build. It happens. That's something we'll need to do later. It's not 7 hours 55 minutes like it was last Sunday, but we did do a lot. My doggy has been very patient. I can only hope that the rest of the house is fine and I don't go and I see like everything's been chewed. She's been such a good girl, so I'm sure it's all been fine. Right, so what do I need? Frank, question. Any thoughts on Hono as a BFF backend for frontend for SvelteKit? The 1 millisecond request penalty for any using a server hook is impressive. So I really like Hono, and we will be using this later in the series. At some point, we will have a dedicated backend. So maybe I can go to the Excel draw for this. So I don't know, like this could be definitely months from now. At some point, we will want a mobile app. And that's definitely the point where you don't want to have SvelteKit or Next.js or whatever be your backend API endpoint. You don't have the mobile app hitting your SvelteKit API routes. And for that, we'll abstract away any logic that we have and expose endpoints into a dedicated server running with Hono, which is a very popular Express style, I guess, framework, only it's not good. Express used to be the best, but the landscape has evolved. It's very hard to refactor a very popular project that appeared very, very early in JavaScript land into something that feels more modern. And therefore, tools like Hono do show up that just show them up, I suppose. So I really like it. I will likely be using it for the last dates where we try to create a mobile app. Maybe this is going to be like Series 7 and Series 6 is going to be dedicated backend API, because we will have the workout routines and stuff. So in theory, maybe someone will be like, can I just hit the backend to get this thing instead of scraping your site? So we could have it there. And yeah, it would either be Hono or Alicia.js running with Bun. But since Hono runs with Bun as well, why not do that one? Why not do that one? Have you tried it? Or are you in the theory phase of sounds good, but haven't quite tried it yet? Like I am. Let's look at the actions now. Green tick, you love to see it. We also have the badge here of the test passing. So I think we move to final demo land. So you mean even in SvelteKit using Hono to run the requests like that? I haven't really thought of it. I find that every solution that is wrapping the SvelteKit server through another server, I try to do it with Bun, for example, causes like some weird problems. So I'd rather have a dedicated backend API that is just doing the Hono things. It can be very, very useful for things like WebSockets, for sure. That was what I was trying to do with Bun. I wanted to have a proper WebSocket connection. So you can set it up so it will be running your SvelteKit requests, but also like your WebSocket stuff and whatnot. So sounds all right, but I'd rather have a dedicated backend for that one. We'll see. I'll definitely reflect on this. We are some way away from that state, so maybe I'll have different thoughts by then. But my instinct would be a dedicated backend API, even though. So in the same monorepo, I would have the backend in Hono.js and still keep SvelteKit without like having it be some sort of middleware for it. But again, I haven't tried it, so I don't know if it would work better than my attempts when trying to do the same thing with just Bun. Right, so before we get to 6 hours in, what did we do today? We're gonna check this out live because I think we've deployed, but who knows? We did, amazing, we're awesome. What we've added today is this sign up form. It has browser validation that is gonna show up like this. And also, since we specified that it's an email, it will actually tell us, hey, this is not an email address. But is using the same schema to validate on the backend as well, in case someone is trying to be naughty and hack us and just bypass the client navigation, maybe not even using the browser. Anyway, when I click this, then we should see a toast notification. I'm trying hard to resize this. Because my face would be hiding it. So toast notification will appear here. Let's see. There you go. It took a while, so we know that it's real. Toast matches dark mode. And the user is signed up. Feel free to try it. It's live at Gainzatron. The idea is that when we actually have new programs, maybe we send you an email, maybe when we create the generate a program, AI or whatever feature that we have, we do send you an email to keep you up to date. And it's like, oh, new exciting feature for you to try, be among the first to try, that sort of thing. The idea is that the client really wants this. Some people really live to have a mailing list. It's like leads, bring me leads. So that's what we did today, a way to capture leads. Leads while you sleep. People visit your website, just leave their email address. The dream. This could use like a little placeholder as well. Here, maybe it would look nicer. Maybe a fun placeholder. But that's it visually, but we've also made sure that we'll be able to take care of the client's requests and roll with the punches by testing this whole thing, including the error cases by using something called mock service worker. So we do have a test case for them seeing a message to try again when something goes wrong. In theory, we could have the toast have a retry button or something like that. But we didn't quite do that. I think that's enough confidence for today. Let's see in the browser what happens. Let's see Playwright fill in things as fast as possible. So besides Playwright being able to do this faster than any human, we can also give out demos to the client. Maybe they ask and they say, well, what happens when there is an error? And we can trigger the error case by including an email, my favorite thing, with an error somewhere in the email. We get this. But anything else will pass and we can demo the happy path successful scenario. So we've set up mock service worker. It was quite cool. And we set up things, the audience with Resend. That's how we handle the email list stuff. In the future, we'll be doing more stuff with Resend to actually send emails to people. Maybe even using React. And maybe in this use case, like we can delay for a bit, like 1 second, half a second. If you don't do anything, then it will wait for a realistic time, what they considered realistic. So bonus feature. MSW does have a delay function that you can use here. But it's still too fast. Maybe not. We did say that one of the problems is indeed that you do need to restart the server. And let's see. It's still very fast. So I do like using math random in this delay, but that's just like too much. Franagla says the slow-mo option with Playwright is cool for demos. I agree. And I agree so much that instead of going in here and doing launch options true, if I run the Playwright tests with a slow-mo environment variable, then this should work. So this be like true or false? Yes. And the slow-mo is in milliseconds. Which is, well, I guess we won't do it today. Let's just do it quickly. The problem is that it delays every action, so it will be typing like either super fast or whatever, but it's fine. So let's just do it like this for now. Go to our tests. We do say so browser, and let's see Playwright fill this in. Still too fast. Oh, it's not typing it in, it's just filling it in. I see. So that's not what I expected. I thought it'd be like a type, text by text. That's interesting. Did Playwright change in this? So it's waiting between each individual action, but it's not actually typing the characters. Playwright fill. Interesting. So it doesn't do it thing by thing. It's not actually typing it. And there is no like typing, right? Type. Yeah, they do have it, but they're like, you probably want to use fill. Oh well. Yeah, so that's something to keep in mind. So faster than any human, but at least you can pass in a more realistic delay. I think that's it. I think I'm tapping out for today. It is very likely we will move on to the dynamic content with CMS, CRM, and the CMS CRM integration next time. So hopefully offline, I will look into touching up this section into something prettier. And then we'll show how to deal with hard-coded data. So the client sent us this list, and they want us every week to do a code deployment to update it. And that's good to get started. But then at some point, we just want to hand off this project and say, all right, you can log in somewhere and you can change this as much as you want, and uncomplicate our lives. We'll uncomplicate our lives by doing the more complex thing of integrating with another CMS. But it's gonna pay dividends by the end. Then we have even more fun stuff planned, because then we'll have authent user accounts. So we'll need our own database to actually start talking into the CRM for various things. So that's gonna be fun to figure out. I tried to think about all of these things over the week and then try to do a fun live stream on Sundays. And thanks everyone for following along and the support. A special thanks to people in the chat and anyone really suggesting ideas and various comments on what we should be looking into. I love covering things that people find useful. Sometimes I have strong opinions of, hey, this is something that people should know more about, but sometimes I have no idea what is interesting. Sometimes I discover new things because you say you should look into this and that, and I love that. So the one thing I don't want is to do a live stream and like no one finds it helpful. So if I'm gonna be doing something that I'm not that passionate about, which I guess I would never do, but also no one's interested, stop me by telling me what you're interested in me covering next. All right, clearly too much rambling. Thanks again, everyone. Special thanks to people in the chat, as I said. Catch you on the Discord, and also look at the links in the description. Click around the app. Only leave the mailing list if you're willing to get an email here. So this is a real thing. Don't just put in your email for fun or to troll me. But click around. It would be fun. Clearly, I need to work more on the design to be sure. And of course, what I want with this series is for you to follow along and maybe adapt to your own idea. If you're a beginner, it's a good idea to just copy some stuff, and then as you start to parse all the things that we're covering a bit better, then brave changing the functionality a bit more. If you've already been through this type of series or this type of app before, then you can even be braver from the start and try to fulfill your own app idea. I do think it's a common scenario where you do have a client, they do have opinions, they do want to capture emails and whatnot. They do want a way to be able to quickly change the data of the website. So we are gonna be covering some cool techniques here. If you don't want to code along, as always, there is a link to the repo. If you have Zonify Premium, then you actually get all of this code. along with it, along with every other repo that we've been showing in these live streams, besides the ones that are free for everyone. Right, that's gonna be it. 5 hours and a half in. Great live stream, had great fun. I'll catch you all on Sunday. Bye.